All right. And with that, we should be live again. Hello, everybody, for the final episode of FE4. Last time, we had some trouble with this fucking bitch. I hate her so much.
Some very rough times with Ishtar.
Yeah, but now we're back, and we do have a game plan for how we can still finish this and beat it. But it will be tedious. I hope I'll be able to beat it in 4 hours, because I do want to watch Max continue FE6. But yeah, run might be cooked. I think we can still inch out a victory. We still have plenty of good units. We just gotta stall Julia for like a gazillion years, because she's just, you know, edgelording.
She thinks the files are fake.
She thinks the files are fake. So true. The other thing that I can try... Actually, no, we probably need Selov to beat Manfroy as well, right? Because I assume they have like a gazillion...
Manfroy had files containing
Who just joined? Is that hit YouTuber Oof776?
Oh shit.
It is! Oof, what the fuck are you doing? And he left. It's YouTuber Oof776 joined and then left. Julia claims she never visited the island. True. But yeah, we have... Oof, I am indeed live. Yeah, well, normally I'm live 30 minutes later, Oof, so I can excuse it. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I clicked the Tracia one. Yeah, we're gonna play Tracia tomorrow. Okay, but 47, and I assume, yes, hell. They all have hell and sleep staves? Are you kidding me? Oh my god. I was thinking, like, you know, maybe we can just, like, sneak past this mountain once Ishtar comes down again, and then just kind of, like, loop around, you know, get an easy kill on Manfroy, but no, that's not how it works. But yeah, our game plan is we hold off Julia until Ishtar comes back with reinforcements. She doesn't do much damage to Selov, and I mean, she can use Adept, I guess. But with the tier thing, he takes like, what, 5 damage. So he can take on quite a few rounds of combat. Be really funny if on the way to Veltomer, Selov does a drive-by and runs over Ishtar. I don't think I'm gonna, like, go up there, because Frasia's done. Yeah, I can't really go through here anyways. Somebody did mention to me that technically I can just give Selov a javelin, and with a javelin he can just kill him, and I didn't think of that at all. Because I was like, oh, they're just gonna get healed up.
Do you even have a javelin?
I probably do, yeah.
Okay, Altena has one.
Altena has one, and I think, yeah, Oifi has one.
Okay.
But yeah, there's not really all that much we can do here, I think. We just kinda gotta... Hold on, I think you have the physic. Oh, I think we also decided that we want to give the physic to Sed, because he can use physic. Then he has another way of healing up, so let's do that. Hey, Xander. Yeah, we're gonna try to inch out a victory here, and then I think Jean just keeps the... Oh, never mind, she doesn't have money anyway. I think it's all on Leaf. Okay, but even Leaf doesn't have that
Leaf
much.
Leaf needed to repair the Mighty Tornado.
I was gonna say I should probably repair it again, but actually maybe I shouldn't, because maybe he needs the rescue staff. How much do you think the finale will take? I hope it's less than 4 hours, because we're pretty far into this map already. So, yeah, I'm just hoping it won't take too long. I guess I can use Jean as well to get closer, heal Selov, and then just canto away so Julia can't reach.
Yeah.
Well, not much else we can do here, so, yeah, this is gonna be tedious. It's gonna be pretty annoying, that's why I didn't do it last time. But I am refreshed, and as long as Julia doesn't one-range me or do something else really stupid, we should be fine.
Oh, scary music.
Ha ha ha. Do we still have a silence staff to shut Julia up? We do, but do I really want to use it on her? Because, I mean, 14 hit. I was gonna say, I actually, I don't think I even need Jean, but I'll still pull her there.
I was say it's 14 hidden. She does like less than 10 to sell off.
Yeah. So we sell the physic. Hey, hero. Nothing else there. We sell the physics staff. And I think we can, if we really need to, I guess we can even sell something else.
Mm-hmm.
Ha ha ha. Let's heal the Fortify at least. And I think Selef can probably just give her some money, though I'm not sure if he may just need it as well. Maybe Patty can give her some money if she needs to. Yeah, Patty has full money.
Patty's stacked.
Patty is indeed stacked. I don't think that silence would work on Julius, but it might work on Manfroy. Just kill Julia? No, trust me, Tambo, I want to, but I think I need her. I think I need her. That's the issue. Trust me, there's nothing more that I'd love to do than just fucking run her over with a tear thing. Because she'd deserve it. But I'm not sure I can do that. Dismount Celeb. I will not dismount Celeb. I would refuse to dismount Celeb. I'm leering. So true. I'm also gonna sell the Javelin, so Celeb can get it.
Yeah, we need to go to a leering center so that we can figure out how to win.
Doesn't matter. Dismounting Celeb will save the run. I have my doubts with that, oof.
If you dismount Selef, you can't ever lose the run.
So true, because I can't move him.
Yeah. Well, hey, at this point, you can probably access the corner of the map that he's on to rescue him out. Like
Probably, at least. The legendary Celeb warp. The thing is, I think that glitch only works if you seize a castle, canto, and then dismount. Are all of Ira's kids dead? Unfortunately so, yes.
Quadruple question mark on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I guess we'll just wait here. Mm-hmm. Good fucking job, bro. You can reach the credits by walking out of bounds.
Hell,
so true.
You could probably put Selef on the forest even, and then that's the hit rate even lower.
No. The issue is, if he's on the forest, he gains 20 avoid, and then she just won't target him, I think.
Right, you're playing on clever mode.
I'm playing on clever mode, and even though Julia doesn't sound very clever by herself...
I was gonna say, Julia's
on clever mode...
in parentheses, women.
It's not even because she's a woman, I think she's just stupid. You know, there's plenty of smart women in my army that don't do retarded things, but to be fair, this game has a lot of stupid women too, like Ishtar.
True. And Ethlyn.
Yeah, kind of. And she's gone. Oh my god, and they're back.
Oh.
Why do you do this to me, Kaga-sama? Is she actually healed though? Wait. Oh, she probably will be. Wait, where is she? Oh, here. Yeah, she is healed. EXP farm? I will not EXP farm, no. Yeah, I think what we'll try is we'll try to get around the road, but we will need to probably use the mountains to our advantage to try and kill some of those scrubs off. I just gotta make sure that, aren't there some ranged weapons in here? Yeah, it's Julius, not Ishtar.
Mhm.
And I think that's it? Okay.
As long as you don't go over near the dead lords, though, none of them should run at you.
Yeah, I wasn't quite sure how close that was, but... Did I ask you to redeem? We have Magic Patty? Indeed we do. Magic Patty will indeed save the run. You are so true. That is so backed by facts. That is fact-checked by real Granvalian patriots.
Who said she's the greatest Israeli soldier the world has ever known.
Like in that one movie, so true.
I've been I was playing some Overwatch the other day for with
My
like
condolences.
a couple other people. Yeah, I know. But I changed my flag. I changed my icon on the game to the Israeli flag, and at the start of every game, I pasted a message in the chat saying, "I love Israel. I am BB's strongest soldier," and I went on like a multiple game winning streak, and I got many people to crash out about it.
That's
Rage bait
hilarious.
successful. Returning to HQ.
You know, the bad part is not even...
Every time I died, I'd paste in the chat, "Do Goyim really?"
Wow. You know, the worst part about that entire story is just the fact that you've played Overwatch, honestly. Why would you, like, do that without being forced to?
I have bad taste in shooters.
Fair enough. Okay, I'm calculating how long will it take these guys. I think I can stall her further down, like one more turn maybe. Like let's put no, that can't be there. Kaga mind control number, I don't know. You got this though. Thank you, Dew, for the $2. We will try to mind control these guys with I don't know, with Lester or something. True has peak profile picture. Oh my god, Senran Kagura again, really? $10 from Tambo when the Goyim fall for your rage bait, so you hit them with the adrenochrome glare. So true, Tambo.
So true.
So true.
I've been considering changing my name on the game to Little Jeppo1.
Oh no! You're gonna get actually investigated by like... I was gonna say by like FBI, but I think they wouldn't want you to... They wouldn't want to investigate you, I think.
I was to say, no, I would die mysteriously.
True,
and then
true,
my account would still
true.
be active in Israel multiple years later.
True. Very true. Just 2, Tambo? No. 37. Activision account ban any %. I mean, to be fair, Oof, that's honestly a good point. I think interviewing people who have done really bad things, or like who are just interesting, is honestly fair. I don't really get I think I've mentioned this before on stream, but I don't really get this aversion to like, oh, this is a bad person, you can't interview them. Why do you think I'd want to interview them? Because, you know, how did they come to be like that? Like, there's so many questions, interesting questions and interesting knowledge you can get from interviewing a horrible person. That being said, I wouldn't want to interview Mr. Manfroy. Absolutely fucking not. That the bad person clowned themselves? True, that also sometimes happens. Oh, they're not even gonna go past the mountain, are they? Huh.
Yeah, kind of
AG Striker.
Ishtar took the quick route.
Oh boy. I do wonder, we can probably lure some of them away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but not like that. I'm really not sure how we do that, though. I guess we can keep... We probably want to do it with anybody other than Leaf, though, because Leaf can rescue. Though we can move them forward. Maybe they will... No, they probably will just ignore us. Wait a minute, what? She's part of Belhala.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. I was thinking maybe I can literally just sneak past
No,
just ignore her. No.
Cheese her out with it, unfortunately.
Yeah, I gotta defeat her, unfortunately. Okay. But that's interesting because it means we will fight her here again. I guess we can try to get her army there then.
Yeah,
so
you gotta try and pull her on a road, like combine the Seliph. Like,
yeah.
Seliph, I think, has the best odds with it.
Leaf can move on mountains with a horse. It's hills. Or I guess it is mountains. It's not peaks. It's not peak like, you know, hit Fire Emblem hack, Westrian War. Actual peak. I will continue that one as well. I was actually, I don't know if you guys saw it, but Davis was streaming Hope's Trail yesterday. And he was having a lot of fun with it until he hit, like, I think chapter 7 or 8? Which was a huge difficulty spike. And he was playing it blind, so I think he got pretty bummed out about it. Kind of ruined the game for him, which is sad. But it inspired me. I think I want to try to beat... I want to try to beat Hope's Trail on Lunatic. Because I've only ever really played it on Lunatic, apart from one run on hard. Hope's Trail is very fun. It's one of my like top 10 ROM hacks, I would say. Because it is genuinely fun, and it is genuinely really hard. So I would like to give it a couple of attempts and see just how far I can get. Yeah, we're gonna try to bring her to the forest there. And we'll move everybody westwards. Ishtar seeks revenge. Hello, are we winning? We're trying. We're trying, but it's gonna take us a bit.
Yeah.
It's gonna be very tedious. Where's Sigurd?
What's Ishtar's res at? Like, I know she has the barrier ring and all, but
she is sitting at 32.
32.
I think I could use like the edges.
Even if Lana had the magic ring, she couldn't silence her.
But technically, I could like sleep or berserk her with the edges, right?
You could, yeah, you could sleep her if you can get a unit that can land it.
Yeah, that's the issue, and not only does the unit need to hit through her 70 fucking avoid. Actually, it's more than that, right? Because she gets the leadership stars, or are those included?
Yeah. No, they're not. She has 115 avoid.
Yeah, I don't think anybody is hitting that with one of those edges.
Yeah.
So yeah, we'll try to get her to move closer again.
Valhalla North 2019.
Oh no. Wait, now they're going through the mountains?
Huh?
Oh my god, what is she smoking? Dip Brock, let's go. Okay, I guess we're moving back? Yeah, they're not accurate is the issue. You're 100% right on that, which is why I don't think I want to do it. Maybe I should still grab one on, like, maybe Oifi? Because, like, if I'm out of other options, then... Yeah, you can go past them. I don't want to go past them. I actually do want to fight them. Because I think... I'm not sure if I can advance fast enough. To where, we can probably just rescue Staff him. Yeah, we can lure her, like, all the way there. And then Leaf can rescue Staff him. That should work. Was Manfroy involved in the numbers 9 with the number 11? Probably. I mean, the Loptyrians certainly were. I hear they were dancing all around, you know, the Bragi Tower when it happened. Alright, let's get,
It is curious that, I mean, almost day of that day, you know, Granvale immediately declared war on Izak.
So true. I agree.
It was almost like they were ready and waiting for it to happen.
Drevlar say. Who do you think I could use here that would do really... Probably Leaf, just to clear out the scrubs. Because I was thinking I can just put somebody right here that clear out the scrubs. Leaf does have a support. I think if I'm gonna do that, though... No, he can repair his tornado. So let's repair the tornado then.
Bolganon can't melt Granvale architecture.
True. Bolganon can't melt Bragi towers. As we all know. Loptyrians also created the Atlantic Sea to prevent me from being with True Sister.
You know, I feel so bad for Oof, you know, kept away from his one true love because of the ocean being placed there by the Loptyrians.
So true, Oof.
You know, I woke up this morning, made myself a bowl of cereal, and one of the pieces in it wasn't a perfect circle. It's because of the Loptyrians again.
I think it's honestly hilarious to just blame everything and absolutely everything on the Loptyrians.
Oh, absolutely.
It is hilarious. I am wondering if I maybe just want to grab the rescue staff with Lana. Because Leaf is gonna be busy fighting these guys. And then I'll just give her the money with Patty. It's probably not a bad idea, or what do you think?
You know what though? Like Treasure Hunter said, who's Drew's sister? I think it's a psyop by the Loptyrian Church.
This is true.
I think the Loptyrians made up Drew's sister and then put the ocean in the way so that Oof couldn't find out that she was fake.
It's a huge conspiracy against hit YouTuber Oof776. You can blame them, and with probability about 70% you'd probably be correct. Yeah. Honestly, yeah, that's true.
Despite making up 10% of the population, Loptyrians make up 90% of the evil doing.
True. Whose sister is actually Daddy Doyle? Holy shit. Wait, Oof's sister? You mean Drew's sister? But that's impossible because, you know, Drew's sister is a woman. At least to our knowledge. This new Oof lore goes hard. It would be very
stunning and brave of Drew to not tell us that his sister is actually not a sister, but a mister.
A mister? Oh god. Oof chuds, is this true? Yeah, let's sell the rescue stuff for Lana. I do kinda want it on Leaf, but no.
Does Lana have the money for it? To buy it?
Yeah, I gave her Patty's money over to her.
Okay.
She has max money. Tornado.
Ronnie McNutt gaming.
Oh my god. Maybe the real Oof776 was the friends we made along the way. This is so true, I believe this. Alright.
I too am saying this.
I say this. This is literally me.
I say this and I do this.
It's so true. Let's repair that stuff. Repair the warp. Should we repair... This is asleep, right?
That is the sleep. I don't think there's anything she can use it on is the problem. or anything that we care about using it on.
Yeah.
Like, she has too much.
The only thing I can really think about would be the Deadlords, but yeah.
I think the Deadlords are a we cross that bridge when we get to them.
I would agree, yeah. Alright. Yeah, we'll just keep everybody else relatively close here. Oof was actually a Loptyrian this entire time? It's not even wrong, by the way.
See, Xander, he's not Loptyrian, but he's done business deals with the Loptyrians.
No. Oof is like, you know, he said before he has a little bit of Loptyrian in him.
Oh shit. I mean, I've got a bit of Loptyrian in me too, but like, you know, let's.
Wow, average Grand Valian.
But Oof has said before that he's done business deals with Loptyrians in the files.
Wow. Very oofy.
Yeah.
Oh, they have a depth.
Very trans heart emoji of him.
True. I agree. Do I have anybody who can possibly kill them? Because I think they just... Oh, actually, Vale survives an adept. Can we get him in range? No. Patty. I guess we can also just do Leaf. I guess it doesn't really matter that much at this point. We just pull out the bow. Have Jean in range. And then we can slowly clear him out. Travant was not in the Manfroy files? Yeah, but he was fucking retarded.
Travant may have not been in the files, but he had many close allies that were, so he still fought to keep them from going out.
I forgot to move Lana. Ooh, that's bad. It should still be fine. Yeah, Ishtar's gonna take a while to get her here. Because I really dislike how Travant was done in this game. And I'm kind of tempted to do a small video with my initial thoughts about FE4 to see how much FE5 fixes a lot of my issues, story-wise, for example. That's Adept for you. So I may do that. Nice.
Very nice.
Because I really like Travant as a character. I love characters like Travant who are willing to do anything to save their people. Even if it means walking across skulls and blood, figuratively and literally. But I feel like Travant's execution of that concept was among the worst I've ever seen. I really didn't like it.
A lot of the falling with Travant happens is because across the time skip, he becomes very remorseful about his actions. Like, that's why he seems almost just kind of suicidal even about the way he acts. The problem is that we don't get to see, you know, how he built this remorse up. Yeah,
he just kind of seems like... He seems like what he's doing in Gen 1 makes sense. It's smart, right? And my thought about Travant for the entire time was pretty much like, oh, he's keeping Altena alive. You know, once I saw Arion, his son, I was like, oh, he's keeping her alive so he can marry her to his son. And then he gets, like, not only the holy blood, you know, of both of the weapons in their veins, but also he gets a strong claim on the rest of Thracia. Which the kid gets it. And by extension, it would make the people, I think, more likely to be fine with him conquering the North.
Like, yeah, like Altena was his ticket to unify Thracia.
Exactly. And he just throws it away. It's the most stupid thing ever. It feels like he's thinking like, You know, he's actually smart in Gen 1, and what he's doing is obviously not, you know, maybe not morally the best thing, you could argue. But from like a geopolitical perspective, it makes absolute sense. So I feel like he's a great character that they just kind of made awful for no reason. That they just turned down his IQ, like... They gave him, like, a holy blood, which gives him negative IQ growth or something, I don't know. That's what it felt like. I don't know why I'm coughing today. Yeah, we just rescue selves, so now we will have bought ourselves a lot of time in regards to Julia. And we can just do Jean, so peak. I really like Jean.
By the way, I think it's very funny that, you know, the entire idea of him taking Julie and brainwashing her is so like, oh, the Naga blood, it's so strong.
Mm-hmm.
They will not be able to notice it, but like, you know, we're doing a whole lot of noticing around here.
True.
If he wanted to put the Naga blood to use, I feel like it would have made sense to like. Mechanically, I'm very happy they didn't do this, but like lore-wise, I feel like it would have made sense for him to be like, all right, you know, I've got her under like my mind control powers. Now I'm gonna like juice her up and give her the thing that like her blood's good for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe her having the tome would have broken her free of the Loptyr mind
Maybe.
waves.
Yeah. Trevant, it's a good narrative. He was a good mercenary, but a bad king. I disagree. Trevant is a great king that they just ruined the characterization of in Gen 2 for no reason, just because they wanted you to fight him. That's what he feels like. Okay, she's all the way at the back as well this time, which is great.
Yeah, and her being in the back is really helpful because her units going through the mountain means that she can't start on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he just feels incompetent. That's my issue with him, because people say like he's a bad ruler, but that's not right. He's a great ruler. Like, how else? Like, give me a genuine answer. How else would Thracia have been able to, or Southern Thracia be able to come out of its predicament? They lack arable land. They lack money. Like, the only real like way of earning money that they have, and you know, not being like in anarchy, is because they're mercenaries. Because that is the only thing they can do, right? So what else is he supposed to do but conquer the North? It makes absolute sense. The North has arable land. You know, it would be a lot more population. It makes complete sense. So, in his actions of conquering the North, he's furthering the gains of the Thracians. You know, he's making Thracia great again, you could say.
I was just about to say, he's making Thracia great again.
He would have, but then he just becomes stupid for no reason. Because, like, I've heard somebody say, like, oh, he can just make a deal to get, like, food from the North, but that wouldn't fix the issue. That would just make him a puppet state of the North.
Yeah,
So,
it would just make Southern Thracia in a state where, like, now North Thracia gets to say, all right, if you don't do what, like, we want you to do, we're not going to give you the food.
Exactly. It would just make them a puppet state. So that was the only option. He wants to solve everything just by war, which is why he refuses to form a truce. Well, that's what I don't like him. He's stupid because the script requires him to be. Exactly. That is what I don't like him. It doesn't feel like he's, you know, he doesn't have the information for something maybe, or it just feels like he's stupid because he's required to be. And that's what I really dislike.
Because he needed to kill the guy who killed Quan.
Yeah, literally. Because he could even have said, like, you know, even when he was losing the war already, he could have tried to just offer himself up, like his life for the one of his nation, for the life of his son. And honestly, I think Seliph would have taken it. I think Lewin would have urged him to take that deal. Because, like, let's say he just says, okay, you know, you can kill me, you leave my nation alone, you leave my people alone, and I'm gonna give you a legion of Wyvern Knights. And, you know, there's so many better things that he could have done that would have at least put Thracia in a better position to trade. You know, to have more bargaining chips. But he just didn't, because, I don't know, nothing ever happens so true. But I want to make a proper video about that eventually. On my thoughts about that, because it feels like such a missed opportunity. Like, if anything, playing this kind of makes me want to develop a shower patch for this game one day. Or maybe another thing I was considering is because, I mean, I've tried to hack the game, and I'm not quite sure how hackable it would be and how much you can really change without like a huge amount of work. I think if I really want to change the game and change the story significantly, I would probably just port the game to Lextilionis, and then try it there. But
I think you talked about doing that before, like making a version of FE4 and LT, like releasing that to the world and then using that as a base to
exactly.
To make hacks.
Exactly. I feel like if you're gonna port something to a new engine like that, that is what you should do. GBA remake? No. Here's my issue with GBA remakes for like FE4 or Thracia. Or Thracia maybe, but FE4 doesn't work. FE4 remakes would be... You still have the unit limit of 50, that doesn't work. You have all the mechanics that you'd have to recreate in ASM, which is either a shitload of work or, well, straight up doesn't work. It kind of just... It's not worth doing, I think. It's not even worth trying. And everybody, because a gazillion people have already said, like, oh, I'm gonna try to, you know, remake it in GBA, and every single one of them has failed. SRPG Studio, but SRPG Studio has its own issues. SRPG Studio looks awful. You can't really expand upon the mechanics as much. Lextilionis is by far the best engine for trying something like that, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Think the Gen 2 script suffered from Leaf not being in the plot? No, I disagree. I think the one thing that was really, really cool about Gen 2, this is another thing I realized, Seliph is not the Lord of Gen 2, it is Lewin, and it is Leaf. Seliph is just kind of there, he's a plot vehicle, because the game is like, oh, we gotta have Sigurd's son, you know?
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, now she's getting... Or maybe I should still try it. Maybe she gets lucky and gets an adept proc or something. Only someone was making a custom engine. Yeah, but I'd still rather have Lextilionis, because then it's not just a custom engine by one person. It would be a custom engine by a lot of people who can all help me with it and have the time for it. There's a way to do it by GBA by using transitional maps, but basically I don't think anyone else but me with a lot of help could make it fun. I agree. I think GBA works great for a lot of projects, but the further you deviate from the formula of GBA FE, the worse it gets. Oh my god, that motherfucker. He's just gonna stand there and heal.
Yep.
And this bitch is coming closer as well. Seliph is a puppet prince. He literally is, yeah. I can't really dodge her. Is the plan to fight Ishtar in the woods? No, we're gonna lure her on the road, but I want to try to kill off her goons here before we do that. So they don't goon around.
Ishtar's goon squad.
Yeah, Ishtar's goon squad, we're gonna eliminate them. No more gooning for them. Doesn't Jean have really good... Where is she? 17. Oh, that is actually still quite a bit. What about just dodge tanking her? 6. 30. I think he would die, right? No. 5. He could die to an adept proc. You would die to an adept proc. Almost everybody would. Oh my god, I hate this. I also think I gotta get over to that guy. Can you... Hold on. You have how much move? 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay.
Yeah, she can get out of the range.
It's not a high chance, but I might as well. Stop gooning! Indeed. Yeah, we can just put her here. Yo! Hit! User? Andorra? Peak? Not bleak?
Yeah.
I guess we will just use a silent staff on her.
I had to call in reinforcements.
It's peak.
Mainly because
Wait,
the flag on Overwatch bit. I was.
Oh my fucking god! No.
No.
She can't silence. It's one. She has one rest too much. Resistance is lower than magic. This fucking bitch. I hate her so much. I hate this stupid bitch so much. Magic ring? Oh! Oh, you're right, magic ring! Yeah, oof, oof. Oh, oof, you're great. You're great, oof. I can get the magic ring! Trading Julia as a double-edged sword. I didn't even train her that much. Honestly, I feel like Julia as a character, you should just not train. Like, this is awful. I genuinely hate her. You haven't seen what Julia did in Mang's Run? Have you read the title? This is blind? I have not seen Mang's Run. Otherwise, it wouldn't be blind.
No, but Donlot, like, do you want to know how to perform the Balmung glitch?
Ah, yes, the Balmung glitch. No, I don't want to, and, you know, please don't tell me.
I'm gonna send you a link on how to perform the glitch.
Okay, so true. I also, you know... Like, I know many people don't mean it in a bad way, but if I specifically tell you, please don't tell me, and then you send me an explanation and a link to on how to do it, I feel like you're just fucking with me on purpose. If I directly tell you, please do not tell me, and your next message is just an explanation of how to do it, I'm like, are you trying to fuck with me?
You know? I think the funniest thing about it is that, like, you know, it's not even like a like, it getting brought up is like just under the presumption that on the final map, you know, you somehow game over and then you run a season 3 and then do this specific pairing to use this glitch.
Yeah. Nice. Ah, okay, can't reach, okay. Honestly, maybe I'll just beat the upper guy first. In fact... She only moves to get reinforcements if she's below half health, right?
No, if all of her guys are gone, she'll start running, I think.
Ah, okay. Well, then I'll do this slightly differently.
Which, if she starts running, you can cut her off this time, instead of, like, letting her go.
Can I?
Yeah. Because when she's in retreat mode, she won't attack.
Oh!
So, when she started running, it was kind of too late to, like, loop around and cut her off, but this time you should be able to box her in, and, if you can do that, then, like, you just need to get Seliph in there and start swinging.
I am wondering, do I want the speed ring for anybody else? Because Patty, I really like her, but she's not really doing as much anymore, and she is very fast. Seliph already has one, I know.
It's just, who else would?
That's my question. I guess I can just keep it for now. Seliph makes love, not war. No, Selef makes stupid decisions that are not even his own. I think I'll just sell the staff. I don't know what I would need a steep staff for at this point. And we'll get the magic ring.
At the end of the game, Selef finds Manfroy and goes, "It's Selef time," and Selef's all over Manfroy.
This is true. I believe this. Let's just sell the Slim Sword, I guess. We can grab the Javelin.
Yep.
Yeah, we should repair it. FE4 Bachelor's Edition is cringe. I can't marry Sigurd to Eflin like Kaga intended. It's certainly one of the decisions of all time.
Incest is okay unless if it's the bad guys doing it, and in that case it literally makes the spawn of Satan. When you do it, it's okay.
I guess.
That's Kaga's vision.
So true. Well, to be fair, we only know that they're strong combat-wise. Maybe they end up like dying early, or maybe they're just like completely retarded after another generation. Ironman plus no Gen 2 Valkyrie is one hell of a drug. It's fine. Okay, she can't reach here, so we will use Mr. Leaf.
Even if we had Valkyrie, all of it would always be spent on Ulster.
That's so true. Ulster, my god. Okay, we'll try the Silver Bow. Ah. Okay. Oh, the goat!
Nice. Huge crit.
Oh. Okay, she's gonna move closer, and then we continue to 9 move. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, that works. Nice.
Nice crit.
And the other one doesn't have the aura, so she should have an easier time killing this guy. Yeah. That guy's parents told him he could be anything he wanted, so he became Leaf's pincushion. So true. Get this man a true. And for the sake of action economy, I think I will just silence Julia now. There we go. 6
finally.
turns. Beautiful.
I was Nirvana. A woman being quiet.
It's so true. It's like, bitch, please shut up. Just shut the fuck up. Hey, Takak? Oh, that's an unfortunate name, man. That sounds like the cuck. Wow. Run download. I'll be fine. This time we can get Ishtar on a road tile. Oh no, is she running back now?
She's going back. You can block her path though, since I think that's a one-way.
I think it is.
Like through the mountains? Yeah, like that tile north of that high priest is a one-way.
It is, I guess. But what am I gonna do then?
You have Altena block her long enough for the rest of the army to wrap around up top.
Is she really not gonna attack me? Are you sure about that?
100 absolute %.
Okay. I guess I'll just trust in you then. How old were you when you played this game for the first time? I think I was like 12? maybe 12, 13, but I never really played it further than chapter 2 until this Let's Play, which is started this year, so I'm 23 now.
So, you know, you have Ishtar blocked in, and then when the rest of the army can loop around to up top, then you let Ishtar through, and then she'll be on a road. Like, you box her in on a road.
Oh! I was just gonna run after her in the mountains.
With the 30 avoid, it's gonna be, like, I think just actually impossible to do anything to her.
But couldn't I just move everybody, like, let's say I move Self here, Ishtar is sitting here, and then we let her go, but we only let her go, like, a little bit. We maybe block, like, this tile
like,
off.
you let her pop up top and then get her on a road for the -10 avo.
Yeah, but I was thinking I just moved through the mountain for that.
Oh, yeah.
Do you think it's better if I go all the way around? Because that's gonna take me quite a bit. And I'm not quite sure what Julia's gonna do.
If you can make it through the mountain, then yeah, just head through that.
So mountain or no mountain then?
If you can go through the mountain, then yes.
Oh, okay, okay. I should be able to with everybody. At 12, I barely learned how to access YouTube, so that's impressive. I learned to access a computer when I was 4. I had my mother's laptop and I really enjoyed playing Flash games on it. Shouldn't someone guard the castle? I guess they should. I'm just not sure who, because I think...
Probably Oify, because he doesn't do anything else.
That's a good point. Who can do Oify?
Like, Oify's definitely your worst unit out of the ones left.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah, so at 4, I loved playing Flash games, and I loved watching YouTube videos, like Let's Plays. I think but I didn't even have an account, so I think I was 6 years old when I created my original account, but I think that one is lost through the ages. Because, like, as a kid, me and one of my best friends, we didn't have much money, so we had to learn how to get our games through other means. And we discovered my friend's dad knew how to torrent, and he essentially showed us. And that's how we got most of our games as kids.
Based dad.
Oh. Okay. Well, I guess we'll just see. Oh, okay, she is retreating.
Mm-hmm.
I think she's just gonna come after Sigurd. But to be fair, on a mountain with, like, supports, I don't think she can even hit anybody.
No, she's quite incompetent.
Story of her life. Let's get Leaf in here. Play Tank Trouble? Can't say it rings a bell. Actual Chud? Yeah, literally me, bro. I'm the king of the Chuds, baby. I think I'll even keep her here, or here rather, because then I can put her here and then she moves on the mountain and then I get an extra turn.
Mm-hmm.
Or even here, maybe. Yeah. He's chudding it up. I'm chud maxing, this is true.
You ain't ever met a stone cold incel like me.
I'm a chud, not an incel. Yeah, she really isn't doing anything. Okay, interesting. Well, that means I can finally kill her. You know, this is... After killing Ishtar, I will feel like people feel when Margaret Thatcher died. I'll be like, the wicked bitch is dead! Will be glorious. 3 more turns, okay.
Margaret Thatcher, the Calm Snatcher.
What the Sigma? Let's gamble and use Altena to kill Ishtar? No. Why would I? Why? It wouldn't even be funny, it would just be stupid.
I was gonna say, let's just suicide Altena for shits and giggles.
Actually, let's not. Tonnet will know what it's like to be speedwing, millions must die. Yeah. Dear God, man. I think I'll use Fabale to be in here, because he should have enough avoid that she can't hit him. So Fabale can be our wall.
Mm-hmm. Make sure that she can get, like, adjacent to him to attack, so that,
Yes, you're right. Like that.
Mm-hmm.
Jazz, yeah. Ishtar is very popular in Heroes, I wonder why. Well, because she's hot. People will excuse 90%. People will excuse most things if you're just hot. And that's the thing, that's the case with Ishtar. Okay, pull everybody closer. Okay. But yeah, she shouldn't attack from 2 range, I think. She'd be very, very stupid if she does. In fact, why don't we keep her here? She can... Yeah, she can move to mountains. Then she also gets the mountain, because she's probably just gonna attack up close.
Put him on the steel bow, too. Oh. I was gonna say, because the UFL doesn't actually give him, like, too much extra speed.
Oh, the killer bow, you mean?
No, the steel bow, so that if she does attack at 2 range, then he's less likely
but he
to
needs the avoid to be 100% safe.
UFL does not give him more avoid.
Yeah, compared to the killer bow, but it does give him more avoid compared to the steel bow.
It gives him 6 more avoid, which is...
It's 5 more weight.
But it's... Yeah.
Yeah, the steel bow is, like, 5 more weight effectively, which is 10 avoid.
It's 10. It's 10 avoid. But
yeah.
On the mountain, it's still enough to where he doesn't face hit from her. Yeah.
You know, if she's gonna act...
Go on the steel bow,
nah, so that's fine. It's fine. I've done it already anyways. Okay, and now we move closer. Kind of let her move through there. Yeah, and she'll try to go through here, and then that should buy us an extra turn. Okay. She's not even gonna attack, I think. Yeah, she could have attacked me, I think. So... Tactical conga line. Yeah, see, she doesn't even attack me. It's great. I'll keep moving back a little bit, though, because I do want to have Favail close if I need to. How much would you do right now? Yeah. Yeah. Not enough. And Leaf is married to Lana, so we gotta get Lana over there.
You mean Self?
Yeah. Yeah. I called him Leaf again, didn't I? Oh my god, I hate Selif so much. I hate Selif so much. He's such an awful lord. He is such an awful lord. And I think now we put her... Like,
I was gonna say, can
here?
people reach to box her in?
Oh, you want to fully box her in?
Yeah. Like, get her on a road tile, and then like conga line her onto a road.
I guess you're right. She is on a road tile.
Oh, is she on a road
two?
tile right now?
Yeah, she is actually.
Because if you can box her up, you can shimmy the box a little to make it like a 6-person box, so that she can move forward 1 tile, like onto a road if she wasn't already. But if she's on a road already,
that's a
then
good point.
lock her
Yeah,
up.
let's lock her up. I think we'll do this because I think I need another turn. Oh. She has the rescue. We could also try... We could also try to rescue... If I rescue her, she ends up at the top first, right?
I'm not certain.
Well, in that case, let's rescue Lester. Because Lester should go to the top, and then maybe he can reach. And we can already box her in. Almost, okay. Oh well. Next turn we can box her in.
Mm-hmm.
That's still a road tile, I think. It is indeed, okay.
It is. Nice.
Oh my god, this fucking bitch, finally. I'm gonna get my revenge. And we'll just let Lana arrive first.
Yeah.
For maximum hit rates. There we go. For a while you can just sit there and chill. Ishtar fell for the oldest trick in the book. Yeah, being retarded.
So true.
Like, this is not even a trick. It's literally just her sitting there like, I should retreat. Oh, I can't retreat. I should retreat. Oh, I can't retreat. I should retreat. Literal 0 IQ move. So yeah, he takes a hit, definitely right. That's what we determined. She only has advantage. Yeah, 2 hits.
He takes 3 hits.
Alright, 3 hits even.
Yeah, because he takes 22 per hit.
1 hit. Watch him just instantly kill her now. Okay, never mind, he doesn't even double.
That's weird, I swear I remember him doubling before.
No, I don't think so. It's Seliph that we're talking about, remember that.
She does also have 40 speed.
I don't think you can double her unless you have like maybe capped speed plus speed ring or something. I don't see how else it would be possible, but Seliph has 18 fucking speed. Seliph is ass.
Oh, you know what though? Seliph is actually close, like, cause he's at 33 speed and Tierfing weighs like 7. Okay. If he had like a few more speed points, he would actually double.
Yeah, but it's Seliph, he can't level speed. I was genuinely surprised. I think Sigurd actually has the same speed growth as him, right? It's 35%. But Sigurd doesn't feel slow at all.
Sigurd has a bit better of a base. And also, you're fighting enemies with heavier weapons in general more consistently.
Okay. This fucking bitch, I hate her so much. Adept, of course, for a good measure.
But it's fine, Seliph eats those. Do you want to put Lana G for like a theoretical lover crit?
Is it even required? I think he just kills her anyways, right? I guess I can. She won't attack me.
Earlier it would have been nicer, but yeah.
Have someone else kill? No, Tambo. Nobody else can kill. That's the issue with Ishtar. Nobody can do it. Nobody can damage her in my team. without dying to an adept. And some people she even just one-shots. This is so stupid. There we go.
Nice. Lord Julius, are you pleased?
No, but I am, fucking bitch. Eat
You
the
should have had him
L.
dismount.
No, that would have broken it somehow. I'm telling you right now. It would have somehow broken everything and lost me the Ironman. Because the dismount in this game is like just completely broken. Ishtar on the death counter, she doesn't deserve that. She deserves to be forgotten. Not even gooned. Too. You know, it's just forgotten.
Forgotten, not gooned.
Not even yeah, like, Ishtar will not even go down in the history books as being hot. She will just not go down in the history books. That is what
She'll
should
go
be
down
done
in
with
the
her.
history books of like someone who pretended to help save children, but like in the end, was a unrecruitable red unit for some fucking reason. Like,
Where is
her
Julia?
being a
She's
makes-
flirting with Favale. They're building love points, you know.
Her being the way she is so fucking silly to me, just because it's like, Ishtar, come on. Your husband's the Antichrist. Come on, lock in.
Yeah. She goes down often. No. God, bro. Oh, hell no. Don't spoil me, PH. Why are you spoiling me? PH, it literally says no spoilers. Kaga can't write Roman? No, he can. Just 90s Kaga can't write woman, I guess.
Dama, you've also said before that people should dish out fake spoilers so you can't know what the real ones are.
True, true. You killed her? Yeah, but it still says no spoilers for anything. I don't care if if I still lose, I will know how to deal with her next time, next run. I don't want to know that. If I want information, then I will ask for it. If I don't want information, don't tell me information about the game. Doesn't matter what it is. I don't want to know it.
That's.
Well, I'm just saying in general,
like,
because some PH has spoiled me before. So whether it's true or not, Manfroy. So okay, I'm recruiting Manfroy. I'm fine with that knowledge. You can tell me that one. I'm afraid of FE4 remakes somehow making Ishtar worse since they give her more dialogue. I honestly feel like she'd probably be better if they gave her more dialogue.
With more dialogue, we'd actually be able to see her like working behind Julius's back.
Yeah.
And let's be so for real, like they're absolutely gonna put in a way to like not kill her.
All 100%. Have to dismount Selim to recruit Manfroy? It finally makes sense. Finally, the dismount mechanic makes sense.
I'm dead. So true.
You know, you could probably do something fun with the dismount mechanic if you use it right, because I think all it does is it unpromotes you, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
So you could have like an event that calls for the unpromoted class, and whether you are unpromoted or you dismount, you can get it. I'm not sure what exactly you'd make with that, but or you can have somebody switch between two classes by just making the unpromoted class be like a completely different class. You could actually add like a reclass mechanic with that, I think. Because the skill just makes you switch between the two.
Yep.
And the way promotions are handled in FE4 is they are...
unit-based, not class-based.
Exactly. Unit-based, not class-based. So you could add reclassing with that. Because it doesn't have to be a tier 1 class, actually. It can be any tier class. Like, you can have somebody start as a Sage, and then quote-unquote promote into a sniper, but it would just be a side grade, it wouldn't be an upgrade. Because it just adjusts your class, or your stats based on the class basis.
Or, like, theoretically, you could, you know, go from, like, your example, Sage, you could go from Sage to Archer.
Yeah.
Like, you could unpromote, even.
Yeah, that would work. I mean, that's what Self does. Technically, it helps against Horse Slayers, which can work in randomizers, but in the base game, I think there's no Horse Slayers in Gen 2. Yeah, it feels like... It's cool that they added it, just from a mechanical standpoint, so we have access to it for hacks and stuff, but it is completely useless otherwise. Legit, it's because Kaga thought women wouldn't like Self's promoted sprite that the reason dismounting exists. I kinda don't like his promoted sprite either, but I can see that at least. That sounds like a very Kaga thing to say. Yes, we need to appeal to women. Kaga 1990, whatever. And Self in specific has no heal, so it's genuinely pointless. True. Equipment variety is very poor in Gen 2, feels very rushed. Yeah, you can tell the game was rushed, it's quite sad.
There's, like, a lot less, like, cool, like, specialty items around.
C38. 38, he can actually do damage, wow. Yeah, and they have like a gazillion hits, so...
Yeah, because he's got 5 leader stars and Charm.
And Charm, and that gets added on top of that 90. That's how much? Charm is 10 and leadership stars is 30? Oh, it's 4.
Oh, yes, 4 stars. So, yes, 30.
30 and 10, so 40.
Yeah.
So 130.
If he had 5 stars, it'd be 40, but...
130... this is where I miss not having a barrier ring. I mean, I guess what I could do is I can have... Can I even do anything? How the fuck am I supposed to beat these guys again?
Hit and run.
Oh wait, these are 2 range at least.
Yeah.
Okay, I thought they were also ranged tomes for some reason. Okay. Then it should be fine. As long as I'm careful.
Self runs in, kills 1, Kanto's out. Since he's immune to the sleep. And their magic is low enough that... Lana's res is kind of bad, though.
Lana's res is awful. 13.
You can keep a healer on, like, the edge of the range, like, outside of the sleep, to heal him.
And I even have physics, if I need to.
Yeah. Yeah, you just gotta pick them one by one and then rush in and kill them.
Let's see, how far can they go past the church? Okay. Just as a mental note. I guess that's what I'll do then. When will Manx show up and make things up about FE4? I don't know. Self faces 0 hit on the forest tile. He would have 92. They would have 2 hit against him, but the issue is that he gives his aura up, which I guess is only 3 range though, so these guys don't really have much hit on him. But they also just can't reach him. Mr. Manfroy. So I think Manfroy... Yeah, he has a lot of hit rate, actually. On the outside roll tile? Which one? Because they can't reach this one. Or you mean the inside one? The ones near the tree, but they can't reach those. Ooh, unless what I could actually do... No, wait. What I can't do because this bitch has my restore stave.
Lol.
I hate her so much. I hate her so much. The fact you don't even get a second one, it's awful. I think I'm still gonna do it. I'm just gonna try and let him sleep, because if they move, then I can at least kill him that way. Even if you get hit with hell, it's fine, you get miracle. No, because
No.
you're on 1 HP. You need to be on 2 HP for miracle. So you just die.
And, you know, we 100% know that's the case because that's how Finn died. He got put to 1
Yeah.
from a hell.
Okay. Where's Lana's here? She will set the world on fire.
Brew.
Or so I've
Truth
heard.
nuke.
Think you should kill Julia with the Jewfell, considering she's an incest baby? Trust me, PH, I really, really want to kill off Julia, because she's been nothing but a thorn in my side. Like, genuinely, the worst boss in the game is Julia. The worst enemy in the game is Julia, because she constantly just hinders you. She doesn't help you at all. So, if I could kill her, if I wasn't in this situation I was in, I probably would. Okay, they all move, nice. That's very good, actually. That means I can kill him. PH, trust me, I really, 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 really would like to kill Julia. But I feel like I may need her for Julius. That's my only issue. I'm not doing it, PH, I'm sorry. I'm not doing it. I would love to do
Okay,
it.
since they're out of the Loptyr aura, their hit rate went way down.
Can they kill you with this?
I assumed if you're on 1, it'll kill you.
Hmm.
Because that's how most of the series go to 1.
Yeah, yeah.
I find the occasions funny where you get put to 1 by like normal attacks, and then they hit you with like a hell type tome and kill you.
True. Okay, we just move back now. Okay, we can move around here. And then prepare for a counterattack. Yeah, I'm not sure I can kill Julia. Hell kills only if you're on 1 HP. Yeah, that's how it mostly works, so that makes sense to me. It is only 5 turns, so it should probably be fine anyways, but... wait, yeah, you can just chill there. Which fire am I going to handle the moveset the best now that I've played FE4? I don't know, I don't think there's any FE game who particularly handles the movestat the best. It just really depends on the context of the game. Hey Jasmine, how's it going? Relatively well, surprisingly. Oh, I completely messed up the range as well.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Ooh.
Because the thing with movement PH is in a game like Shadow Dragon, with the maps being as big as they are, the extra movement like works really well. But in other games, like I'm not sure if it would work in other games.
You could move him up a little further so he's in Celephora. I
Ooh,
almost
you're
called
right.
Celefleep.
Yeah, he's Cell Leaf, you know? Yeah, that's right. I've said this before, but you can quite literally survive anything in this game through the power of wasting time. Well, survive anything, but win through everything is a different thing. I would say this is where GBA Emblem shined the most gameplay-wise. I don't really like the fact that armors only have 4 move in GBA Emblem, though. That's my big issue with it. You can work around it, and I know how to play around it. It's just annoying. Because your armors, they're strong, but it feels like they're singled out for the movement loss for no particular reason. Osmond was the only good GBA armor? Well, that's just plain wrong.
I was gonna say, that's just not true.
Because you have... in FE8 you have... Gilliam, not Garcia. I had Garcia in my mind. You have Gilliam, and Gilliam is not good, but if you train him, he becomes great. Barf is literally one of the best armor knights in Fire Emblem. Boris? You know, I remember when Max played FE6, he was like, oh, Boris is really bad, not even Dahlot can defend him. And I was sitting there like thinking like, no, I can. I wouldn't call him good by any means, right? But the thing with Boris is, his growth rates are really good. So, it all kind of depends on, does he get a couple good early levels, which let him not be doubled, and maybe, you know, a little bit more defense? Or does he not? Because if he does, it makes a huge difference. He can go to being one-rounded to taking 4 or even 5 hits. It literally is, can you, like, I would say if you're playing FE6, and you don't have a full team in mind when you start the game, just try to get him a level or 2. And if he gets good levels, then he's good for the rest. I think I agree with this. I think having enemy armor only having 4 move can be fine, as it gives you a way to outmaneuver them, but obviously Isabelle has 5 move, yeah. Yeah, Osmond is in a really easy game, that's very true. That's very true. Time really does fly! Member for 17 months. He actually got hit, oh my god.
Wow.
Thank you, Jasmine, for the donation. Very nice.
You should probably put him on the tree so they won't target him.
I was just gonna heal him.
Okay. I didn't know if you had any healers actionable, because,
I have Jean here and I have Leaf here. I think I can kill one of them with, what's her face?
Altena.
Altena, yeah. I'll do this, I think. Yeah. Let me just make sure that they... No, they don't even have double, okay.
And even if they did, hell weighs like 28.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought it was less heavy. Gwendolyn is very fun when you get her going. I completely disagree. I feel like Wendy is probably the worst armor knight in the series because you don't even get a payoff for training her. The issue with Wendy is her growth rates are marginally better, like maybe 5% better in some stats than Boris. In some cases, she's actually just worse growth rate-wise than Boris. Even in stats where you think she'd be better. And she just ends up feeling incredibly weak. Because Boris is just better than her. You get Boris earlier, he has better bases by a good amount, and on top of that, his growths are also better. So, it's like, why even bother? 40s across the board, 40s across the board is very good for FE6 standards. It's just that Boris has the same growth rates pretty much. If you lose, will you finish this as a Tin Man? I probably will. Just because... Okay, it's fine. Just because I'm so close, I might as well see the end. It would be a failed Ironman. I wouldn't call it a Tin Man. If I want to play the game as an Ironman and then I fail, because I play badly or get unlucky or whatever, it's a failed Ironman and nothing more than that. You can triangle attack, that makes her totally worth it. If only there were enemies that actually would, require triangle attack. But your units are so strong, especially with the hard mode bonuses you get on your player units, that just make them OP, compared to everybody else. You really don't need the triangle attack. And the really scary enemies that you would want to triangle attack, they're all on a gate, so you can't.
Yeah, like you can't actually set it up.
Yeah, you literally can't. So, yeah, it's a bit of a wasted opportunity. And then the other issue is, you don't necessarily need 3 Knight's Crests to use them, but it gives you an extra point of movement and it keeps them relevant. So you kind of want to get them that stuff. But, well... yeah, it's just... Is chat still getting filtered? I think it's gone down quite a bit since last time, so... I think it's fine now. Self should be fine.
Manfroy can't do anything to him.
Yeah. I must say though, last playthrough of FE6 I did, after the draft my balls got so big, even Deke felt very small. So true. PH, if you want a recommendation from me, I think one of the strongest things you can do in FE6 is you support up Lot and Deke. Oh. Go ahead.
You've come at last. I've been awaiting you for a long time.
Manfroy, it was you who cursed Julia, was it not?
So I did, and so long as I live, my puppet she shall remain. She's every bit as hopeless before my magic as her mother was.
I should have known. If not for you, mother. Gah! All of this misery. All these agonizing years. It was your doing from the outset.
You've realized at long last. Everything I've done has led to this moment, the revival of my Lord Loptyr. And at long last, it is so! Loptyr' advent in the form of Prince Julius is complete, and darkness shall soon engulf the world. You cannot prevent it. Nobody can.
Manfroy, you... Father's grief, mother's despair. If not for you and your foul ambitions, none of this would have ever happened. Damn you, Manfroy. I cannot allow you to win. I will not. You'll never know mercy for your crimes. Okay. But yeah, what you want to do, PH, is you use Lot and Deke, and you support them up. Because of their affinities, it gives them, at A rank, 3 extra defense and res, and 15 avoid, which is often what makes the difference between them being like mediocre in defense, and them being able to take on hordes of enemies. And then you just give the first Knight Crest either to Lot or Deke, because they're both really good promotions, and you don't really need to promote Rutger. Like, even unpromoted Rutger is still really, really good. Yeah, we can just do this and keep him healed.
Yeah.
And this is 11, yeah. So I checked Wendy's and Boris Grove's. Funnily enough, the only growth Boris has over her is a 5% lead in defense and HP, but Boris has actual bases. But I think the stats where he doesn't lead is like, he has 5 less or something. That's the thing.
I'll say, Wendy's a growth unit that doesn't have, like...
Growths. Or bases.
Big growths, yeah.
Or an
like,
ability to hit enemies.
Better, but...
The only things that... doesn't Balls have much better con? Boris just has better bases in general. In pretty much everything. I think the only thing where he may not have better bases is, like... luck? Like, their growths are very, very comparable. Douglas is the best. Douglas is pretty good. He's pretty underrated. He can... I wouldn't say solo most of Sakai, but he can help you through a lot of Sakai because he barely takes damage from most of the enemies. And if you really need to, like if you have had a lot of deaths, you can probably just give him a Draco Shield and let him clear most of Sakai by himself, or even just get like a handful of levels on him.
Tank all of Sakai.
Pretty much, yeah. Douglas is genuinely not bad.
Oh, Julius, the Loptyrian Empire is yours.
Nice. We're quite certain the Book of Naga is in fact hidden in Veltomir, Lewin?
Yep, all the evidence we have points to Arvis taking it from Valhalla and keeping it hidden here. That's right, isn't it, Felipe?
Indeed, sir. It should still lie in the treasury. That's it. It is likely sealed in a locked case.
Huh. Any idea where the key is?
My liege concealed the key within his most treasured memento, the circlet once worn by Empress Deirdre. If you can find that circlet, sir, then the Book of Naga is yours.
Deirdre's circlet, huh?
Hmm.
Yeah, I sure wonder where that is.
Yep. How do you feel about promotion requiring items like most games, or being able to promote at level 20 like FE4 and Smellius? I think the way that FE4 does it is well, I say FE4. The way that Berwick or Turing Saga does it is the best, where in Turing Saga you can level to 30 if you're promoted, or up to level 40 at most. But I think 30 is fine for a level limit.
I was gonna say, because for tiering, isn't it where, like, the earlier you promote, the lower your level cap is?
Yeah, your level cap in Turing Saga is your current level plus 20. And you can promote it as early as level 10. So if you promote at level 35, your max level is 35. But you can then later use an occult scroll to increase that level limit by 10.
Mm.
So you can always, or 240 rather. I think I'll just keep him there.
Yeah.
So it means that you can early promote units without feeling like you're gimping them for the late game. You just have to invest in a cold scroll into them later. So you still don't want to do it like to everybody. But
But
doesn't...
like, some units benefit from the promotion enough that it's worth the invest. Like, you know, good old Naren.
Yeah. And in general, I really like promotions not lowering your level back to 1. I'm not a fan of it lowering your level to 1 at all. I feel like it's just a worse way of saying, like, you can level to 30. That's what I don't like about it. Okay, so I guess now we just run in and talk to her with Selif. I think I'll just keep the rest of my guys here. I should probably heal him, though, at least. Good luck, Donald, you've got this. Gotta go shop and have a great day, everyone. And 50 bucks from Jasmine. Thank you, Jasmine. Very helpful, as always. I prefer promotions going back to level 1 and how internal level is calculated in FE6 through 10. I don't like it. Because what difference is there practically for resetting your level? It just discourages you to early promote a lot. And it just feels like a worse version. I don't see what are the benefits of your level resetting it to 1 after promotions. Genuinely, what are the benefits? Because if you say XP calculation, you can make formulas that work just as well for the 30 game. For leveling to 30. And I think most games which use leveling to 30 have done so. I could pull you out. Talk, there we go. Julia, wake up, please!
Lord Stelov, why am I here?
You can thank Manfroy's dark arts. He brainwashed you into his service.
Manfroy. Oh, that's right. That man who caught me.
Thank goodness you're safe.
Lord Selif,
It's fine, Julia. I know. Lewin already told me everything. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I failed to protect you.
No, it's fine. Don't worry, Seliph. I finally know I have survived for all these years. I know my fate. I'm fated to fight. I'll never run away again.
Strength and courage is such an inspiration, Julia, but you're right. This is the will of fate, tragic as it is. None can afford to cower or flee now. Until the bitter end, we must march on. The wicked bitch is back, and now she can run all the way back. She's not even promoted, by the way.
You can probably get her up to promotion.
From the arena?
And the Deadlords.
True. That's a good point, yeah. Now we gotta drag her to Valtomer. Of course, because we couldn't just carry the thing with us.
You could probably imagine her promo is,
I know what her promo is, but I think it's a joke.
It's the way I view her promo, mainly just like the stats it gives, is it's really just like one final bit of insurance that you're not soft locked.
Really? Because I figured, from what I heard, it was kind of like Celica's promotion, where she pretty much just promotes into more or less the same thing she already is, but like she gets like HP and that's it.
No.
You can just staff grind. That's true.
Back.
That's true. I can just staff grind.
Yeah, you can also just staff.
Oh, if only I had gotten this fucking restore staff a bit earlier, you know? God, I hate her so much. I hate Julia so much. I don't think I've ever disliked a unit in Fire Emblem as much as Julia. She is genuinely
stuff really
awful.
Should have gotten put, like, even if it was just put in, like, the pawnbroker.
Even if it was, like, everything but aura, like, even that was fine. So she can at least attack, because she's not using her staves.
Aura doesn't matter any, but, like, her... Losing out on whatever staves you give one of your, like, you know...
Only real
like,
staff units for most of the game.
Stat block.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it really her fault? I don't care if it's her fault. It's the game developer's fault. She's an awful unit, and, like, the only thing she does is, like, she talks with this little voice where she has no idea what the fuck is going... She looks like she hasn't slept in 10 years, okay? And then...
She looks high.
Yeah, exactly, true. She looks high.
I was gonna show up to Selif's army, but then I got high.
Yeah, literally.
That's a good
you're absolutely right. She does look high, and the only thing she does is, like, she heals, and then she takes your staves away from you. And fucks you over. And then she's just not available for half of Gen 2 anyways.
I was gonna give back the restore staff, but then I got high.
True.
But then I got high.
And we continue. EP, very EP. She's a baby born from incest with very low IQ. Yeah, I know, but I hate her, man.
Okay, Julia, this is the treasury. Try fitting the gemstone on your circlet into that niche there. Here we go. It worked. It really worked. There it is, the Book of Naga, and it's yours for the taking, Julia. Wow, Oh, how strange. It feels so warm. It's almost as if I've known this book all my life.
She glows. A 30 might pierces Loptyr's veil.
And look at those stats.
She's chilly, not dog shit. Wow.
Yeah, that's why I said she can arena.
Damn.
Yes, Naga is like 1,000,000% your stopgap of like.
Well, thank God. 40 speed, yeah, but she gets weighed down by like a gazillion.
Like, proc adept.
Holy shit. You know, literally the last batch of the last chapter of the game. Now she can finally do something that isn't just using staves. What a great unit.
It's like getting Forsetti at the end of Dance in the Sky, but like...
even worse.
Cranked up to 11.
Yeah. Watch her still die.
That'd be funny as hell.
Okay. Ah, depended. This is very boring. She's invincible and broken. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the ending here. Gameplay wise, it's probably still better than most final chapters because it's actually a challenge. But still.
Yeah, I think Julius is pretty overtuned so that you have to specifically use Julia.
Yeah.
Like, you can still beat him with other characters, like,
Oh, she has
absolutely,
a...
but...
Okay.
Lana can warp her,
Mm-hmm.
and then...
And then she can walk all the way fucking back.
And then she can walk all the way back.
Because, of course, that is the only reason, like... Oh my god. Bro forgot to promo. I did not forget to promo. I just got her to level 20. She was level 17.
I was gonna say, she just hit level 20.
It's Chalfie, right?
Oh, yeah. Someone said, return Lana first. Like, use the return staff on Lana.
Okay, and then?
And then... Oh, wait, but shit, then you can't warp her because then she's,
Yeah.
lol. So, it's one or the other.
Yeah. But Lana doesn't need to be there.
No. Well, it was saying return Lana, and then Lana could...
warp her back?
Warp her back.
But
Yeah.
I can't return. It's fine. I can't return Lana because Julia has returned. And I'm not gonna give her stuff like buy and trade around the return ring. I don't care. It doesn't matter, I think. Now let's class change this bitch. Sage, okay.
Alright, big promo.
Yeah, she had my return staff, she had my restore staff, she had another mend staff. Losing her was really, really bad. I genuinely hate Julia.
Yeah.
This is what I wish Selev's promo would have looked like. Okay, so now... Okay, so despite me not really using her, she is just OP now. Okay. Well, time to move her back. It's definitely a Kaga Saga promo. I'm glad I get her, though, I gotta say. S-tier unit? No, I hate her. I hate her so much. This is my least favorite unit in the series. I did Arena, yes. Blaming women for being kidnapped? No, not blaming her for being kidnapped. Blaming her for being retarded.
Truth nuke.
And taking my items away from me. And, like, I don't like her personality. I don't like her character. I don't like her gameplay. It's just overall not a fun unit. C tier in terms of game... No, this is... In terms of, like, gameplay fun, I will actually make a tier list at the end of this stream if I have the time for it. It will not be about how good the units are, though. It will be about how fun the units are.
The gameplay feel tier list? Oh my
Yeah, the gameplay feel tier list. Unironically.
But, I mean, we'll absolutely have time, because we still have, what, like, 2 more?
Yeah, we
I
still
don't
have
know
2
why
more
you're
hours.
setting her up. Like, you should just send her at the castle.
Can she just solo everybody?
I mean, you see her? Like, you probably want to run Seliph over to give her aura.
Yeah.
But,
even more than John Lewin. The thing with John Lewin is, I act like I hate him a lot, but I actually don't mind him that much. I don't think he's a good character story-wise. I feel like people overrate him. But with Forsetti, he is actually somewhat fun to use in the last stretches of it. And he's definitely not a bad unit, you know? He can get staves on promotion, he gets his strong tome and stuff. I just think Gazelle's better. But with Julia, I genuinely hate her. That's how I felt about Ailanda. I also don't really like Ailanda. I really like Ailanda gameplay-wise. She's quite fun to use. Oh, you're right, I should have actually just attacked from there.
Ailanda was part of why I put down Anderon and never finished it.
Let's move back.
Like I didn't like her, like, at all.
I didn't like Ilanda at all either because, well, small spoilers. She's one of the huge reasons why Baudemon even tries to go for the throne in the first place, and then she cries because it didn't work out. It's yeah. We'll still move everybody back. Ilanda. Sorry. I did say spoilers. Yeah, she's not a good person, exactly. And I feel like people act like she is, and that's what I don't like.
I didn't like her mechanically either, I'll be real. Like,
no, she was pretty fun to use gameplay-wise. It's just that she's
like,
not a good
the
unit.
chapter that was like just her, Baudemon, and
That's
the War Monk guy, I hated that fucking map.
Everybody in development hated that map. And it used to be even worse at the start, where you wouldn't even have the convoy for it. But it was reworked. PH, you probably know this better than me, but it was reworked more than any other map, right? I think so. It was definitely one of the maps we reworked the most, to a point where I say, now I think it's mostly fine, but I still don't like it. Because Fire Emblem is all about, moving your armies, having a lot of units, because everybody only gets one move, so if you only have 2 or 3 units, it means that it kind of goes against the gameplay design of Fire Emblem. But the issue is, or not the issue, that was the issue. But in Definitive Edition, we already said that there will be a B route you can take that does not have that chapter. So you can instead play a different chapter, which is pretty good. It was a high effort map.
I'll say also, part of why it was so ass for me, this is a hole that I dug myself into, admittedly. I was spoiled ahead of time that he kicked the bucket, and I could kind of figure it out just because he was a promoted class, so I avoided using him.
I see. This sure is exciting gameplay, yes.
I thought I could get around and, like, cheese it.
Will you spoil us on who the #1 unit you found most fun in FE4 is? I will not spoil you, because I will do a tier list about unit fun after we finish the game, and you can see it there with all my thoughts on the units that I've used. Because I think we very much will have the time for it.
Oh, for sure. Like, we can finish the map within the hour, at least.
Yeah, I think so as well. It's kind of sad that this is like the one game where having a move all or move army command would be kind of nice. And it's the one game that doesn't have it.
Yeah, like an auto battle.
Yeah.
Like enable.
I never used that in any other FE game, but I think for this one I probably would have. Oh wait, no, I've already moved her up. I was like, I forgot Julie at the bottom. No, I did move her up. I'm still not sure if I want to do this, man.
See, Orion, that would require me to, like, have ever watched Mangs to,
wow.
know that.
That's crazy. No, I do like watching Mangs. I do think he has fallen off a little bit. I feel like sometimes Mangs' IQ is, like, actively shrinking.
When I first got into FE, I watched him. But, like, the final thing he did I ever watched was, like, the Justice and Pride playthrough.
Wow, that's really a lot. No, but I feel like Mangs used to be better at FE, and now he stopped caring about it, but literally, Well,
see, that's kind of why I don't watch, like, most FE content, because it's kind of like, it's really the epitome of the case of, like, I could watch someone play the game, or I could play it myself and probably have more fun, because if I'm watching someone play, then it's like, oh, well, shit, I'll see them make a mistake, and it's like,
Honestly, Mangs is giving the just winging it vibes. Well, to be fair, I'm doing the same thing, but I kind of have the... It feels like he doesn't even try anymore sometimes, He doesn't even try to read it. He just doesn't really care about it anymore. That's what it feels like, but not in a good way. It's kind of sad, because I do really appreciate Mangs still. and I really like him as a person. My policy is that I don't watch streams of games I haven't already played. That's pretty much the same for me. I love hearing you review units on, like in Shadow Dragon, you would talk about everything the unit could actually do rather than just calling them good or bad. That's the one thing I hate about tier lists. It's the tier like, they just go in and are like, this unit is bad. This unit is good.
And yeah. And they don't actually bother to explain like why they're bad or why they're good.
Yeah,
like
pretty much.
Going into like why a unit is good, or like, because I love like when bad units have a great niche.
Exactly, I agree.
Do. Like I think it's great. It's a big part of like the system I run, where like, you know, sometimes units can be pretty dog shit, but like if they've got one thing that defines them, like that can make them really cool.
Most tier lists are boring as hell as well. I agree. Max is not playing to win, he's playing to make it entertaining, and when you start to see it, it's a bit annoying. I agree, but here's the thing, I feel like I'm doing the same, right? In that regard. I just feel like he sometimes doesn't want to read stuff in the game. He's just kind of glancing over it and saying like, good enough, I don't care. That's what I kind of like. No, I'm not saying he's a poser, and I don't mean this in a negative way either. It's just, it almost feels like a sword that's grown dull or something. That's probably the best way I could describe it. I'm impressed you didn't get Julia killed considering your position last time. You can see how I did it, but it was certainly something.
But yeah, Julia can just walk forward and farm all those guys up.
I still don't want to move forward with her. I think I'd rather just... Because there's... I guess the hell doesn't really have hit. But some of these do have hit on her. It's a small chance that she can die, but...
She also has, like, you know, please look at her bulk. Like, 24 death.
Yeah, that's not that much. She can still very much die. Like, the mage is not so much, but this guy, for example, he deals, like, half her damage.
That guy doesn't have hit on her.
This guy does, and he can just crit her.
Draco does. Draco's scary.
Yeah. So I do want to move her back at least a little bit. She is invincible. She's not invincible, but she's very, very strong. She can definitely be hit by this killer bow. The killer bow will absolutely murder her. If it gets a crit. You can easily play well and mess around. Just look at Kramer taking down Chaos. Yeah, I agree. I agree. Doesn't she have the hill? Oh, I guess you're right. Yeah, she does. But yeah, going back to the tier list thing, I feel like what I don't like is a lot of Fire Emblem players, or a lot of people who do tier list content, or tier lists in general, they just tell you, oh, unit good, unit bad, right? But they also act like they're like this authority on knowing who is good. Like, oh, I know this, you know? I am the best one, you know? But they don't even know how to make the bad units work. To me, somebody who knows how to make even, you know, the worst units work is an actual knowledgeable person and somebody who's actually a good commander.
Holy shit.
Yep. I was hoping maybe if she killed I wouldn't lose it, but oh well. I'm losing it.
I was gonna say, hope you don't need to repair Naga ever.
Yeah. Well, I can probably get some money on her if I really need to with Patty. Like, if you think about
Julius
it, right?
has a really good battle theme.
He does, yeah. If you think about it, imagine you're a commander, right? Because that's what Fire Emblem is. It's literally the concept of imagine you're a commander. And would a commander not be more impressive if he has worse units but still is able to fight really, really well and pose a great threat? Just because he knows how to command them well? That's more impressive to me, personally. So...
Yeah,
I always thought it's more... Exactly, because everybody can win by using Milady or or Percival and Rutger, like, that's boring. It doesn't take somebody good at Fire
She
Emblem.
could point blank Draco so that she doesn't have to worry about getting hit.
But she does
'Cause
need
I
the
think
aura from Seliph, I think. Maybe she doesn't actually. Maybe you're right. Still, I don't feel safe just doing this for no reason. I will just take a step back, I think. Because, yeah, people are right, she does have Nihil, in which case this guy is actually not that scary for her. I think.
Because, like, any enemy that's magic just doesn't damage her. And
I know.
most of the physical enemies can't pull hit.
Oh, you mean, like, I guess they will just ignore her, is what you mean.
Either they pull, like, a 10 to hit, but she's got, like, almost, I think she's at 25 defense with it, and she gets the miracle from the bracelet. Or the circlet.
I don't know, man. I'm still a bit worried about it.
I mean, I'm not faulting you for playing cautious, but I think you're being a little, like, too cautious.
I might be, but I don't want to lose the run just because I decided to play recklessly with Julia.
Yeah, which, that's real.
Not at this point.
Yeah.
Can we normalize using bad units instead of good units? Can we normalize just using whoever you want to?
Bad units, good units, what's the point of thinking them like that? Every unit can be good when you,
Pretty much, yeah.
stop and put the time.
The issue is that most FE games have bad units who are also not very fun or interesting or fun to use. Everybody is the same due to reclassing Shadow Dragon, for example, beside their growths. That's not even true, PH. If you see the unit review that I did on Davis' channel, for example, I can tell you exactly why certain units are good and what the differences between them are. Even though you are right in that the only difference between them, realistically, is their bases, their growths, and their weapon ranks. And in some cases, they're pure F weapons, like Excalibur. No, the weapon rank matters a lot, too. In some cases. Oh, they still go
Crab
for her.
walk.
Crab walk. But I will give you a point where I feel FE doesn't differentiate between units enough in some of the earlier games. But that's fine as well, because you're intended to Ironman them for the vast majority of FE games, and you're intended to lose units. So having somebody who does a similar thing is fine. Nice.
HP, skill, luck, defense. Nice.
I commend you for selling the strengths of the Bald Bros. Yeah, I just like being able to see a unit and being like, this unit doesn't look good at first glance, but maybe I can do something with them. Because the Bald Bros, like Dolph and Magellan, are genuinely like top 10 units in Shadow Dragon, I think. But you can make almost everybody work in that game. Even Bantu. It's mainly the FE12 that I don't like, because I feel, PH, what you said applies more so to FE12 than FE11. In FE11, growths and bases are so low, and not everybody necessarily caps their stats, that the difference in growths and bases does matter and does differentiate them. But in FE12, the issue, the thing is, your bases are super high, and your growths are super high as well. So the unit identity kind of just flies out the window in a way, you know? The little differentiating factors that you have get thrown out even more. Right. I think we can just... Wow, that... No, that does kill. FE12 is genuinely not... Yeah, you're right.
If she procs Adept, it does.
Maybe. FE12 is genuinely not fun, there's so much unit bloat. Yeah, FE12 is... I think FE12 is the worst Fire Emblem game, genuinely. Which is crazy, because I think Shadow Dragon is one of the best ones.
Even worse than, like FE7? Crazy.
Yeah, FE7 would be my number 2, though. And then FE3 I would also put very low. I don't think FE3 is a good game. Because I think part of the issue is FE3 is not a good game by itself already, and then FE12 just made it even worse somehow. Why do you hate FE7? I don't like the map design. I think the map design is not very fun in most games. And on top of that, I don't like most of the units. I think most of the units are pretty boring. Okay. Ooh. Is it even safe to keep her here now that I think about it?
I mean, you gotta. Right now, she's at 106 Avo in the trees, and if Seliph is in range, that's 20 from Authority plus sibling.
Well,
Actually,
yeah.
I don't know if they get the sibling bump.
Yeah, but the thing is, I'm not sure if Self can actually 48. It's like 10. Ugh. 26? No, it's fine. Yeah, like, the only characters I like from FE7 that I can think of are, like, Hector, Lynn, Lowen, Rebecca, Dorcas, Bartra. And then I have to think for a lot. Renault. Maybe Harkin is also okay. Geets is okay. But outside of that, I think I dislike pretty much every FE7 character. Okay, so let's think. This guy has an actual hit rate, but he doesn't do much damage, 10 damage. This guy does not really have a hit rate.
You say that, but also Self has gotten hit by a 2 hell before.
Yeah,
earlier this stream, even.
We got a Rebecca. I don't even like Rebecca that much, I just don't actively dislike her. Never would have taken you as a Lin fan. I think she's okay. I don't think she's like the best unit ever. I could also just rescue staff, honestly. Because I'm not sure if I want to keep Seliph in here, and yeah. You know what? Let me.
No, I think pulling back so all your units can jump as the last remaining ones are good.
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. What I can do, though, is I can rescue in such a way. I can do it like this. And then he will be in range there. Or she will still be in range there.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, but... No, Seliph shouldn't be in range. Like, Lyn is okay. I think she's not a very strong unit by any means. She's pretty weak. But she's mostly fun to use, I think. I don't mind her. And she has a cool design, you know, she has cool cool animations. And Norian likes her, you know, so I'm forced to like her as well at gunpoint. I mean, yeah.
At
Great
XCOM
unit.
2 point.
XCOM 2. So true. Guy low-key overrated? No, I think Guy is an awful unit, and I think he has the personality of like a piece of bread. Thighs? I don't really care about the thighs. I just think her design is cool with the... Like, if you take a look at the Sakaean women, I think Lyn probably has the best design out of... What? Oh. Interesting. Out of, like, Sue... Oh, no. I forgot about them.
Lol. You got your restore staff now, though.
Oh, you're right! I do! And wait, I can go the other way around, too. Okay. But yeah, you're right, I can actually do that now. A level 20 Lyn has one less defense than a base Raven. Even with normal mode. Yeah, I know. It's genuinely insane how squishy Lyn is. She's not a good unit at all. I still like her more than Eliwood, because in every single run I've made, Eliwood was as strong as Lyn, as tanky as Lyn, and as fast as Hector. So I hate Eliwood. Eliwood is my least favorite lord in the series, by far. It feels like he embodies the worst quality of Lyn and the worst qualities of Lyn and Hector in one. I guess we'll just do it again then. They keep running away. £800 or butts? None. I'm a boobs guy. I don't really like butts.
That says boobs or butts.
Oh. Oh, I thought he said 800 pounds.
I assume he typed it like that to get around the like YouTube filter. But now see, when it comes to tits or ass, like, you know, obviously I love me a good pair of tits, right? But the way that I kind of think about it is, I would rather have a girl with a fat ass but no tits than a girl with big tits but no ass.
Yeah, I disagree. I'd rather have boobs.
I don't know, big tits but no butt would just look like
I just don't care about butts. I just don't care about it. That's the thing. I don't care if it's big, I don't care if it's small, I just don't care about it. That's the thing for me. I just don't give a fuck. But boobs are cool. Thighs are also okay.
Well, thighs are a part of the ass. Like, if a girl has nice thighs,
no, they're not. No, they're not. No, they're absolutely not. They are absolutely not.
If a girl has nice thighs, she will absolutely have a nice ass. They are 100%
no. They are
yes,
no, Buster. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. It's part of the leg. And a big butt can support... No. Hear me out, Buster.
Leg and butt are tied to each other.
No. They are tied to each other. They influence each other. But they are not the same. They are not the same. They are two different parts. They are two different parts, absolutely. Do not spread your butt propaganda on my channel, okay? Do not spread your cheeks on my channel, okay? I don't want your cheek propaganda in here. The Deadlers be like, bro, what are these guys talking about? True. So true. Thanks for defending Thigh Bros. I don't even care about you, you just hit strays from this guy. FE4 endgame so boring we have to talk about TNA. Yeah, kind of. Hell. Unleash hell. I think these are mostly just magic guys, so, or pretty much exclusively magic guys, so now she should be fine to be left alone.
Mm-hmm.
Keep the hell dude alive? No. And go to hell. Okay, we're almost done. Oh, they're scared. They're afraid.
Probably take her off the fort.
They do have hit.
Oh, it's because they do 0 damage, even if they did hit.
But wouldn't they technically do one?
They would do one, but that's you can see they pull hit rate on her.
Yeah. Are you still bitchless? Yes. I am still bitchless. I'm talking to a very nice Russian girl who's living in Germany, though, on Instagram right now. Sharing the most racist of memes imaginable, because it's Instagram. She keeps showing me reels about, like, the Manfroy files.
She might be a keeper. She's either a government agent or a keeper.
There's little difference between the two in the modern ages.
That's true.
CIA blend. Oh, I gotta kill that one. What if I put her here? I guess that they don't really care about the hit since they do 0 damage anyways.
Yeah.
She might be a Russian spy. I don't think she is. That would surprise me. Why are you always talking to a different woman every time I ask? Because things don't always work out or end up in a relationship. You just, the best way to find somebody you like is to talk to people and see if you like him.
Wait, no.
Believe it or not, that is true. If you want to build relationships with people, you need to talk to them.
That's scary.
It is scary. More
HP
HP.
Her luck being bad is something that's always struck me as being kind of weird.
It is, yeah. She starts asking questions about Germany's latest tank design. Run away. Yeah. I don't think she cares about tanks and stuff all that much. But I do remember talking to her, and she mentioned that she moved to Germany with her family around 2012, I think? So she spent most of her life in Germany at this point. And she said that her parents had political disagreements, is how she worded it. I don't know what exactly those were, but I get a feeling she's probably not very, big buddies with the state. I don't know if I've given up on talking to women, but I'm just not in the mood anymore at the moment. Sometimes you need a break from women in general and just focus on yourself. The best way I can probably describe it is, the man who chases butterflies all day will just end up without any butterflies. But the man who cultivates his garden and makes his garden a very nice place to go, makes beautiful flowers there, makes it beautiful to look at, to be around, he will have butterflies coming into his garden by themselves.
That's kind of a goated philosophy.
Yeah. I don't remember where I heard it from before, but it's a very good one. Are you advocating for raising caterpillars? No. What are you looking for in a woman anyways? She should have my humor. She shouldn't be the type of woman who cries if something goes wrong, like not always at least, or if you say like a bad joke that doesn't come like. I feel like one of the most off-putting. Let's do it the other way around. The most off-putting thing about a woman in my eyes is if she has no humor and if she's stupid. I could never be with a stupid woman. And then also if she's infertile, that's also a thing that probably, because I just want to have kids one day, so that would just not work with me. Though that would be not so much a case of she's unattractive because of it, but more so just, well, I want to have kids. It goes against the goal I want to have in life, so I just can't do it.
Do you want to run Stelif down so that Julia gets the bonuses fighting Julius, and then you can seize quicker?
Yeah. I'll get everybody over. I'll just wait until she beats them, or until she beats these two. Yeah. What else? Personality. She needs to know how to take a joke. I don't really have that many like things in my checklist, I guess. Funny and smart, pretty much. And not look like, oh, she can't be obese, I think. That's probably, like, if it's just a little bit of chubby, that you can fix by just working out with her, getting some fitness going, that's fine, I don't mind. But if it's, like, extremely big, then, I'm just out.
You can't be mingling with Tubba Blubba.
Yeah, I'm not into tortas, as the Mexicans like to say.
Oh yeah, you're not into the abuela phenotype?
No, see, this is something... This is actually something we can talk about. Many people love Latinas. I don't know why, I just don't find them attractive at all. It's just not my type. However, Slavic girls are great, Germanic girls are great. In general, I don't like most girls on the Mediterranean, I think.
See, I think Latino women are kind of like a Jagan. Like when they're young, they're really, when they're young, they're really hot, but then they hit like 30 and turn into a refrigerator.
True. You know, it's just like when I think of like living with a Latina woman, my thought goes to like you're in a Call of Duty lobby and you hear like this Mexican kid who has like dogs barking in the background, a vacuum cleaner running around, and like Mexicans screaming around.
That, like, dinner's ready. And
that's what I think of.
I've seen that.
So I don't know. That's just burned into my mind, and I don't even mean it as an insult or anything, right? It's just for me personally that wouldn't be the way to go. So she pierces his defense.
Right. She gets around the Loptyr damage cut.
Hmm.
And
she can't be crit.
Self in range.
See, that's 40 damage. So yeah, Self doesn't care.
In range. She's only got like a 40, and she has a 90 to hit. So.
Latina women are kind of like Jagans who said that.
I did.
True.
And that's the truth, and if you're not ready to hear that truth, then I don't know what to tell you.
But honestly, if you ever find the one, it doesn't really matter how they age, right? Yeah, personality still matters more than anything else. I think.
Oh, for sure. Like, you know, just because they hit the refrigerator phenotype isn't like, you know, if she's the one, like, you know, if she's still, like, smart, funny, like, you know, she can... Mm-hmm. If she's still a good woman, it doesn't matter.
Yeah. But I think it's more so a case of like, you wouldn't start dating a refrigerator, but if you start dating a girl, and then you really like her, and then you end up marrying and whatever, and then she turns into a refrigerator, then you can deal with it. Right? It wouldn't be a reason to like, divorce or anything. I think. Julia, why? What are you? Manfroy, you've made a grave mistake!
Someone asked, what a Oifi woman is. That's Asian women, because they don't age until they're, like... Until they're pretty up there. But then when they do age, like, they become, like, Sensei Wu in, like, a single day.
True. They look like they're 20 until they're 50, and on their 51st birthday, they turn 80.
Yeah.
It's like they just have like a personal skill that like delays the aging, and then it wears off at that point, and it just all drops off.
Yep.
Wow, she does absolutely shred him, holy shit. Wait, she just one-rounds him?
Yep.
Wow. And the music stops. Naga, yet again you have brought ruin to me. Welcome back, Roy versus Ethan. So true.
I think the picture of Loptyr is like slowly fading in is really cool.
Yeah, I agree. Congrats, Donnie. Thank you. Oh my god, it's a fucking alien. Oh my god, is that the Shadow Dragon?
Fuck! But we don't have the Blade of Light, we only have the Tome of Light.
Do we have the new mystery of the emblem, though?
Oh, shit. The Fire Emblem, if you will.
So true. I hate Julia, motherfucker's been really quiet. No, I still hate her. But yeah. Well done, 20 bucks from Tom Schuyler. I was about to say T.S. Jasmine. Thank you, Tom. Very nice of you. No talks.
You did it.
I did it.
You won.
I won. Oh my god. Now let's go through some actual dialogue.
Congratulations, Seliph. You've endured so much so well to make it here.
Happy, Oof? Thank you, Lewin, but our victory means precious little while our world still lies in ruins. Where do we begin from here?
There's only one way to rebuild all the scarred lands. Everyone needs to come together and share the work among you. And for that, you'll need a good leader. The Crusaders' heirs will be returning home to assume their rightful thrones. And with the proper leadership, they can pool their strengths again to build a new world, one where all can live in happiness.
A new world, you say?
Yes, Seliph, a new world, and your role is the most crucial of all. You'll remain here in Valhalla, and you'll guide the rise of this new world as the King of Granvale.
Hold on, I'm to be the king?
Mm-hmm. After all that's happened, you and Julia are the last living heirs of the blood of Granvale's kings. The two of you have inherited the last will of all who lost their lives on this path. These souls watch over you, even now. You mustn't forget the light for which they strove.
I understand, Lewin. So long as I have the power, I'll do all I can.
Now, Julia, what do you say?
I agree, of course. I wish to aid Lord Seliph. No, my lord brother, every step of the way. I know this path will be a grueling one, but that's all the more reason to give it my all.
You can see she actually looks happy for once.
Wow.
Lady Lana, you'll do all you can to aid my brother as well, won't you?
Will you take her, or...?
Yes, and gladly so. But, Lady Julia, what about... I must atone for the fate of Lord Sigurd. I know that's what my mother, Lady Deirdre, would wish of me.
Well, then, looks like everyone's making their way here from the front lines. Seliph, this will be your first task as king. I'm sure they'd all love some word of thanks.
Lana marry Seliph? They already are. I couldn't possibly thank you enough for everything, Lord Seliph. I'll be departing for Leinster shortly. The Thracian Peninsula has suffered from war long enough, and it's high time we were built. I know my sister Altena wishes dearly for a restored Thracia as well. Indeed. This war has lain waste to Thracia, and I can only imagine the burden laid upon you, the king-to-be. A united peninsula. I pray you give it your best, no matter what happens. I will. You take care as well, Lord Seliph. Long ago our fathers Sigurd and Quan were bound by the closest of friendships, sharing their deaths as they did their lives. In Sleeve, I'd love nothing more than for us to follow their example and remain lifelong friends. As do I, Lord Seliph.
You're about to leave, aren't you, Leaf?
You wish to accompany me, Jean?
Huh? Would that really be alright with you?
But of course! All I want is to have you and your might by my side.
Thank you.
Wholesome. So you're destined for Thracia as well, Princess Altena?
I am, sir. I've got to help the new king in his quest to give rise to a united Thracia. At the very least, I ought to atone for the legacy of my adoptive family, Trevant and Arian.
Please accept my condolences for Arian. You truly did love him, I can tell.
Enough about him. That's all in the past now.
The job awaiting you, the heroes of Thracia, certainly won't be easy. It's up to you to unite two peoples long divided by bitter hatred and build for all of them a new, peaceful land.
I'm off to Ingvi now, Lord Seliph.
Ah, of course. You're the heir to Ingvi. Will you be okay?
Huh? Why, Lord Seliph, you're not saying you think I'm nervous about this, are you?
No, that isn't what I meant.
I'll be just fine, sir. I'm the daughter of the great Lady Bridget, after all. Sure, I don't look the part, but when the going needs doing, I'll go and do it. Just watch me go, sir.
I'm going back to Yngvi as well, sir. I know Yngvi will need your might in the years to come, as will I. Yes, sir. I want to help my cousin, just as my mother once helped my aunt, and I hope I can for the rest of my life. Faval has been found
Faval
shot.
isn't,
Yeah,
I'm
what the
surprised
Oh,
Faval
there
isn't
he
near
is.
Yngvi.
Yeah, true.
Lord Zelef.
I beg your forgiveness, Lord Fabale. The task which now lies before you is the most painful of all.
No, sir. I'm all that's left of House Veltomer, and it's my duty alone to atone for the many crimes of my kin. I know that's what my father, Lord Azel, would want as well.
Fabale, I can't bring myself to hate Lord Arvis any longer. Knowing now he was but a sad victim of fate, I can only offer you my condolences.
Thank you so much, Lord Zelef. The Fire Emblem, House of Veltomer's royal crest, was once revered by people the world over as a symbol of justice. I'll work tirelessly until the emblem's honor and good name are restored.
Yeah, Azel was his dad.
Yeah.
Faval now has the Fire Emblem! Yes, Azel becomes the main character!
Well, sire, I'm leaving for Chalfie now.
What? Why, Oifi? Why? I thought you would never leave my side. I still need you.
No, sire. You do a magnificent job ruling on your own. I know it. And whilst you do, it'll be my duty to protect House Chalfie in your stead.
Chalfie. I understand, Oifi. You're right, of course. I won't be able to inherit its throne, which leaves you as the last heir of Baldur who can claim it. I suppose there isn't much choice.
Everything will be alright, sire. I'll always be watching over you, even from Chalfie.
Oifi, to me you've always been like the father I never had. You taught me all I know, how to strategize, how to live as a knight does, and how to be kind. You've done so much, and I could never thank you even nearly enough.
Sire, I too owe your father dearly for all he once did for me. When my parents died, Lord Sigurd took me into his home. He loved me just as if I were his own brother. And yet, I couldn't even be by his side in his final moments. I was such a coward.
Oifi, please don't cry. This is my fault, not yours.
My apologies, sire. You shouldn't have seen that. Now then, please, sire.
I know, Oifi, I know. You take care as well.
This is it, sire. I'll be taking my leave now.
Destined for Celeste, then said.
I am. I've left the Silesian people waiting long enough. I'll be joining them in the efforts to restore Celeste once I get home. I'll give it nothing less than all I have.
I see. Well, if you're lending your power to the cause, then I know Celeste is in the most capable hands. Take care, Sed, the brave.
You too, sire.
Yeah, Sed is just a guy. He had Alec as his dad.
Well, Selef, I guess this is farewell for me as well. I've got a journey of my own to begin.
Thank you, Lewin. Thank you so much. You've done so much for us. The young generation. You've always guided us. From the bottom of our hearts. Fuck you.
I did only my duty, Selef. I am the wind, a wind fated to guide— ah, shit. And this very light shines on within the hearts of every last one of you.
I understand now. All my life I've heard tales of how the dragonkin feared becoming entangled in the sorry affairs of mankind. But you were different. You guided us where your kin never would. So long as our world lives on, humanity will never forget your kindness. What? Lewin, no. A hero of a distant land, Forseti of the Wind. You literally did nothing this entire war! Whatever. Or is he truly Lewin? No, he's a skinwalker. At long last, Thracia has been unified. A region once swamped with countless small nations constantly warring among themselves. With the restoration of House Leinster and the downfall of the Thracian kingdom, Thracian Peninsula finally knows peace. And as the first ruler of this new Thracia, the people ardently desired for the throne to be taken by Leif. And so, Leif worked together with Jean, Leif's wife, to build a new nation for Thracia's people. At Leif's behest, the old Thracia's former lands were entrusted to his sister Altenna. Legends tell of Altenna's love for and dedication to the very soil that raised her, and this love never died so long as she lived. The Thracian Peninsula thus gave rise to a new realm, the Kingdom of New Thracia. Turns out John Lewin was truly a skinwalker. Lewin died in Valhalla. This is Persetti taking control. Interesting. Shannon, Scathar, and Larsay, the loss of the rightful heirs to its throne, has plunged Isak into grief and despair. Even then, Selef still considered Isak to be his true home, and so he found its people's sorrow to be unbearable. The people implored Selef for something to be done to save Isak from abandonment and ruin. Aided by, among others, Selef assumed control of Isak. He set to work forging a good government for this impoverished land, which someday will amass incredible wealth and become one of Jugral's most central powers. And so, together with Selef, people of Isak chose to become one with the new kingdom of Grandvale. He just conquers it, wow. The aftermath of Augustria's civil war left it to be annexed by Grandvale, and so the land fell to harsh tyranny. As such, the Liberator's victory in Valhalla was met in Augustria with much rejoicing, and they dearly wished for nothing more than to come under King Selef's rule. Even after all these years, the people still remembered well the kind rule of a man who was their conqueror, only in name, Lord Sigurd. Augustria's citizens thus believed that to entrust the great Sigurd's son with their land's fate would be a wise decision. And so the royal province of Augustria, a territory of the United Kingdom of Grandvale, under the rule of King Selef, shall soon welcome an era of great peace. He just conquers everything!
Yeah, because everybody died.
Oh god. Even at its peak, the Empire had shunned and ignored Verdain. Uninterested in seizing the region within its iron fist, it completely abandoned the old kingdom. Instead, Verdain was left to the mercy of constantly warring clans, and brigands ran rampant. Nobody had any hope of peace. With the Holy War's end, Selef had an expedition to restore peace to Verdain. People were overjoyed to, at last, be saved by Selef, the son of Deirdre. Deirdre had long since passed into the legends and folklore of Verdain, now revered there as a saint. And now Verdain's people clamored to come under the rule of Deirdre's son, Selef, to held a deep love for the land of his mother's sleep. And so Verdain joined Grandvale's lands, becoming the royal province of Verdain. Verdain is a land of natural beauty. Its verdant forests are Sigurd's prayers, its sparkling crystal clear water is Deirdre's tears, and these are its people's emblems of hope and faith. He just conquers everything! He conquers the entire fucking continent, bro! Celeste had long dwelt under the Empire's cruel hand, provoking revolt after revolt. And with the victory of the Crusaders, the entire kingdom was free at long last. Nobody remained to take the throne, and so the people sought to become part of Grandvale under Selef's rule. A breathtaking land, a peaceful people. Selef loved Celeste as his father once had, and devoted himself to restoring the land. This, he felt, was the least he could do to honor the last wishes of Prince Lewin, the man who shared his father's tragic fate. And for Seti, the warrior of a distant land, who nonetheless stayed in this world. And in Grandvale itself, Baltimore's new Lord Fabail, Yngvi's new Lord Patty, and Lester, Alfie's new Lord Toyfie, and others all returned to their lands. In the royal capital Valhalla itself, with overwhelming support from the public, Selef was officially hailed as their king. The newly anointed King Selef devoted himself to rebuilding his land and bringing peace to all, His goal nothing short of a prosperous world free of oppression and bigotry? What? And by his side, one would always find his loving, ever-smiling wife, Queen Lana. His sister, Princess Julia, regarding his toil with the warmest of eyes. In ages to come, the people of Jugdral tell legends of a divine king of ages past. None shall ever forget his name, Seliph. Dude literally conquered the entire Bro, Harvest 2.0. The Ingvi bloodline literally owns that entire continent. Other than Chalfie, yeah. Lana conquered the world, you're right!
It all must burn.
The world must burn! Holy shit! This happened due to who died in your playthrough and your lack of pairing. I know! I think it's a really cool ending, though. This is probably the coolest ending in Fire Emblem.
I think it's really, really cool. Especially just because, like, if Jomka doesn't get pussy, like, Verdane is just screwed.
Yeah,
Like,
I feel really
forever.
bad for Jomka. I wanted to give him a wife at first, too, but we just had, you know, stuff happen.
Mm.
It's bad when Arvis did it, but good when Seliph did it, obviously. So yeah, FE4 beaten. Second try, and now you can see my turn
Okay.
counts as well, dear god. Who's Lana's dad again? Lana was... Dew, actually. Yeah, it's Dew.
Yeah, so Dew ended up fathering the future queen.
And it wasn't even intended that he got a wife at all. He just, you know, Dane just snuck into his fucking tent.
Yep.
It's crazy.
200 turns. Oh yeah, like Azure said, if Jomp gets Brigida, Verdane steals Ufel.
That's pretty cool. I really like this ending. Oh, now you see the wins as well. Brave Mujahideen, Alec.
Which, I mean, I think Verdane getting to finally have a legendary weapon is cool, considering, like,
I
part of,
really like
their
Verdane. Memes, yes, we will take a look at memes. I will grab them right now. I don't think there are many.
I did put a meme in recording talk.
I saw that one, that's the one I'm grabbing. And I think that's the only one we have. Oh. So yeah, one win for Theodra!
Let's go.
You have time on tier list? Yes, I do. We have more than enough time. Claude at 0 combats, yep.
Tail 2!
Tail 2. So yeah, what are my thoughts on the game? Honestly, this game has some shortcomings. I think it's mostly in the maps and the story. Some of the maps just take way too long or have like questionable design choices, like the gazillion ballistas or the gazillion siege tomes that you face. I'm not a huge fan of those, especially if they have a
Fairy
depth.
Boy. Tristan!
Tristan,
Oh my god,
but one thing I realized while playing this is people always glaze this game as having the best story in the series. And I think that's wrong. I think this game's story is not very good. What I do think, however, is the idea of this game's story is really good. The setting of this game is really, really good. With the different houses, the royal, like the holy bloods and everything. Super, super cool. It's just... the story, it lacks something, you know? It often just dumps exposition on you, or brings things up kind of out of nowhere. It feels like kind of like a lost opportunity in a way. I would like the story to be more fleshed out. I would like some more characters to get a little bit of more text. Oh yeah.
Survival E.
Okay, well, be experienced at least. Okay, it says clear 3 because I had a completed save file, keep that in mind. This is my first clear. I I would say it's still a very good game. Very fun. But it has its issues. I think it's absolutely worth playing. If you haven't already. Just still not Suspect Mind. True.
Historians would go on to theorize that Self would purposefully kill his own troops so he could claim more territory on War's End.
You didn't beat the game with that D rank? Damn, so true. But no, great game. I really love the amount of stuff you can do with the inheritance system. And I think this is definitely going to be a game that I will come back to because of the inheritance system. And I really, really, really want to see another game like this. It doesn't even have to be from Nintendo. I think, if anything, it's probably better if it's not by Nintendo. I really like the mechanics. I want to see more of it. I want there to be a lot more variability. I want there to be a little bit more in the way of items you can get. My issue is kind of, what I find very unfortunate is, you just didn't get access to a lot of the cool weapons. I feel like what could be interesting is maybe if you get Forsetti, you don't get Valflame, but maybe you get Valflame and then you don't get Forsetti or something, you know? But due to how the story is structured, I understand why they did it. It just would be cool if you could get at least some of them, even if it's just for a little bit, you know? But yeah, great game with its own issues. And would you say it aged like... Is it outdated or aged like fine wine? In some ways, it aged very well. In others, not so much. The game looks absolutely amazing. The characters are all very, very fun. The variability in what you can do with inheritance, with items, with skills, is very, very fun. The gameplay in general is pretty fun, even if it has its minor issues. Should you play it? I say yes. Yeah.
This game is absolutely worth experiencing, even if it's just once.
After playing the game, you can see that Underground Saga was very FE4 pilled. Yes, I agree. I will say, I didn't like Julia at all for the main story. Alright, see ya, Tom. I didn't like Lewin at all for the main story. I now know that it wasn't really Lewin, it was actually a Skinwalker.
It was actually a Skinwalker.
It was genuinely a Skinwalker, and the Skinwalker was the Forsetti tome. But, I still don't like him. I feel like they should have just used somebody else, instead of Skinwalker Lewin to explain things to you. It kinda just felt like, Lewin was just there and was like, hey, Seliph, we need to conquer Tracia and kill people. But why, Lewin? Don't worry about it. We just need to do it. And then Seliph just kind of does nothing. Lee feels more like a protagonist, and Lewin feels more like a protagonist of Gen 2 than Seliph does. Seliph is just kind of there, and he does whatever Lewin tells him to. So yeah. The ending was pretty good. It's probably one of the best endings I've ever seen. Like, and I love the variability you could probably have in the ending based on who you paired up, who you in Gen 1 and even Gen 2. It's really cool. Yeah. So yeah, great game. Will I play Tracia? Yes, tomorrow. You can take a look at my channel. I've set up the waiting room for it already. I've spent today making a nice little thumbnail for it that I hope is funny enough for some of you.
It's a great thumbnail.
Nice. And can I get out of the screen, or will it just keep me here? Because I don't think I can click anything.
You might just have to reset or like hit start.
I've been trying to hit start. It doesn't do anything.
Then it's probably.
Let me do a save state just in case. Let me try a reset. I want to see if there's anything else or like.
Oh, and for all the me fans out there, I'll be back for Thracia.
Yes.
You can't escape me that easily.
Okay, it just shows you the end game again. Okay. You only get out of this screen if you have the best ending. It's It's more that a dragon does not really give a crap about human children, especially if they are fine, they aren't in danger. In a cold way for sure. You mean Skinwalker Lewin? No, it's more so like I feel like Seliph doesn't have a character.
Well, he was also talking to like people up in the chat. We're talking about how like if Lewin does have kids, the way that Forseti like talks to them is interesting.
I guess, but I don't know. There are new cutscenes on the title screen. Yeah, I can show this off while I set up the tier list. But yeah, I was not. I think Seliph was the second worst lord in the series. He's not very fun and not very useful, other than his aura until the very final map, or I guess until you get Tearfing. Tearfing really saves him, and he doesn't feel very fun to use. And then he doesn't really have a personality either. Fire Emblem tier list maker. Let's grab this. Genealogy. What if Seliph was, wah, I have a stronger claim to the throne than Julius, I'll take over? I don't really care what personality they could have given Seliph. I just want it to be any kind of, Seliph. Any kind of personality. So, Ufu's saying we have a new cutscene here. I'm super hungry, man. I do have some... You know, this is always the conundrum. When I stream, especially if I don't have a co-host, if I have a co-host, it's not as bad. And with the new microphone, it's not as bad either. But I often don't get to eat before the streams, because food is just not ready on time. Or if it is, it's just a minor thing. And then I'm sitting here, and my mother, of course, wants me to eat something. And then she comes in and brings me, like, a plate. And I'm sitting here having the food in front of my eyes, and I don't want to, like, eat on stream much.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm just sitting here with the food and thinking, like, man.
No, I'm very lucky that I can just, like, mute up my mic pretty quickly so that, like,
Yeah.
I can, snack when I get hungry.
Okay, let me just grab this. Do I? Yeah, that's fine. Oof did say that there's new stuff in here, but I don't know if I really want to... Wow. Oh yeah, Oh, there is new stuff in here. I see it now. Need a woman who makes food for you on time. No, I'm very glad about my mother. She lives with me in my apartment, but you know she does a lot for the housework. I'm very glad that she's here. The show starts with the parts of the story, yeah. You only unlock them after beating the game a lot of times. Interesting. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, they give you a highlight reel of all the dinguses that die.
It is a really cool way to end it off. Like, in general, I feel like this game... Oh my god, they're fighting.
Yeah, they actually have a really cool battle quote.
These scenes right here are super, super cool. The endings are super, super cool. The final map, as much as I hated some elements of it, because, well, I just played badly, I guess. I really liked this final map, actually. And the final map was better than most Fire Emblem games. Because for most Fire Emblem games, it's just like, there's one strong enemy, but he's not strong enough. And either you can't beat him at all and you use your Athos type unit to kill them, or you just completely curb stomp them. And I feel like there's no in between. It's either you barely can do it because of the Goto, or you completely curb stomp it. Okay. I think let's do this now then. Hold on.
We've said there's more after the title screen loop.
It's pretty much scenes we've already seen, though. Do I really need to show it?
Some of the things in there were new though, like Arvis setting up his army.
I get. Let me just set this up first. Oop. 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 And then we'll just I'll just hide it for now. And then sure, we can watch the rest of it.
Yeah, like if you just fast forward through this bit.
There's nothing more. It will take a while to see them all. I'll look through it. If there's nothing super interesting in here, I'll just go over to the tier list. Because I think it's mostly the same. There's Deirdre silencing, that scene is... Okay, that's new.
Oh, you.
There's a
blipped
couple
out
in new
the-
scene.
You blipped out the dialogue on it on that one.
I kind of just want to show that they exist, but I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly care about these since I don't have them anyways. So yeah, we will do this. It is fun to rate units after a run. Yeah, so the thing is, don't consider this a rating in the sense of this unit is the best and the others suck. Consider it a rating in the sense of like FE4 music on, of how fun were these units. FE4 OST. Do you have any wishes for a song in particular?
Give us Disturbance in Augustria. That or Eldegard the Lionheart, your choice.
Is there an extended version of this?
There's hour-long extensions of all the map themes.
I don't see it. Oh, here, Disturbance.
can
Yeah,
send
extended. I
you-
see it. I see it.
Okay.
Let me just see if the sound is fine. A bit more quiet. There we go. We'll just play this one for now. So, let's start rating them. Just in unit field. I don't think I'll take too long. I'll talk about how I like the characters in my runs. Let's do it. Let's just make this. Actually, I want an F tier for Julia.
Peak.
Didn't yet. So Sigurd is honestly a pretty fine lord. He works really well as a lord because he only has pursuit. And so he's not as so strong that he can solo everything completely by himself, I think. I know many people solo most of Gen 1 with him, but he is pretty fun to use, honestly. You know, he has a lot of movement, he helps out his units with the Authority Star aura. He gets the Silver Sword.
Silver Sword, yep.
Which often is the difference, like, you can use the Silver Sword to reliably kill many enemies with him. And then you can also just switch to an Iron Sword, so he was very, very fun to use. What is the point of a tier list in other games? You have to pick the units to deploy, but here you get to deploy everyone, so the game does not need to be balanced. I'm not rating them based on how good they are. I'm rating them based on how fun they were and how much I liked them in the game. Maybe I can make like some text for that. Hold on.
Yeah.
Where is text? Unit feel list.
This will not be objective truths.
This is not objective.
This will be our truths.
Yeah. Our truth, pretty much. Yeah. Oh wait, I can actually just use the bottom text then. Where is it? Here. Unit feel tier list. There we go. I'm gonna just kind of put that like around there so it's big so you can see it. There you go. But yeah, Sigurd, very fun lord. I would honestly consider him one of the most fun lords. Neusch, I was pretty disappointed by him. I would probably put him around D or E. It feels like he kinda doesn't really get much. I feel like Noish would have been a lot better if he was in Gen 2, because you get so many more items. Can I now tell you that Julia could have gotten Nosferatu instead of Aura? Well, you just did.
What's the point of asking? I was gonna say, you just did.
Yeah. But I'm fine with it now. I've played the game. I still would prefer not to be spoiled because I'm going to play the game again in my own time, and I'd like to just not know everything there is to know. So I have some more fun with it. But I don't mind it that much now. Just please don't do Thracia spoilers. But the issue with Noish is he doesn't really do damage. He has critical, right? But critical doesn't really matter.
His critical rate is really low.
It's really low, and he only attacks once. So it is even lower than for somebody like Alec, if Alec had critical, for example.
Yeah. And he can't get access to, like, a killer sword or a killer lancer. Like,
Yeah.
he really, like, he competes with a lot of units that are better than him for his weapon selection, and the few unique things he does have doesn't make him more appealing than the competition.
Pretty much. I feel like if they just swapped it out, so maybe Alec gets maybe Noish gets Nihil as well. That could have been pretty nice. But Noish just feels like an absolute joke of a unit. He's one of the worst units. He was still relatively fun to use, just as like a helper unit, I think. But honestly, I think I'll put him in E tier, actually. Alec, oh my god, he was so fun to use.
Mujahideen.
One of the best units in Gen 1, just from pure unit feel. He's super mobile, he does a good amount of damage, he gets the slim sword pretty much for free since nobody else really needs it or uses it as well as he does. So despite the fact that he's not like as fast as Ira or other super fast units normally, at least not from the get-go, because he doesn't get weighed down by it at all, he pretty much doubles everything. On top of that, he has Nihil. So, for example, Ira can't really kill him all that easily, so he's great if you need to take her on. He can't be crit. He can't... Like, Rider's Bane can't be used on him. His stats are actually really solid, you know? I thought that mine got really, really stat blessed the first time around, and the second time around too. But his stats were not that far from their averages, I think. So,
yeah,
I don't get why people dislike him.
They weren't far off.
Alec has like really, really good Cavalier feel, I feel. He's genuinely really fun to use. Arden, so in my first run, Arden was probably more like an S tier unit. He was super fun to use there. In the second run, not so much, but I didn't really give him any preferential treatment. I do think he doesn't necessarily need the Pursuit Ring. In many cases, I think he can get away with just not using it and giving it to somebody else. He can definitely help you, though, in a lot of the maps, and I don't feel like the movement is as big of a problem as most people make him out to be. No,
because even in the second run, where, like you said, you didn't give him much favorable treatment. In fact, I think that he took a much more reserved position. And he still, you know, got up to promotion, like, was super fat, like...
Yeah. I think A is pretty good. He was pretty fun to use, and he can help you out a lot here and there. So yeah, Arden pretty fun. Azel, absolute S tier. I love Azel. Azel is one of the most fun mages in this series, straight up. You know, people always complain about like, oh, his fire tome is so heavy. Yeah, but the only thing you face for like most of Gen 1 are axe units who have 18 weight axes. So he doubles them anyways.
And then, you know, the enemies start getting variety, and that variety is, instead of getting weighed down by 18, they get weighed down by like 13, because they swap to lances.
Yeah, and then he does get the Thunder Tome in, I think, Chapter 2, which is essentially 5 extra speed on top of his already not that bad speed growth, I think. So, for me, whether I used him in the first or the second run, he pretty much consistently doubled everything that wasn't like a Swordmaster, for the most part. And then on top of that, if you give him the Shield Ring, and I do think he's a great recipient for it, he actually becomes relatively tanky. He can take a couple of hits here and there. He one-rounds a lot of units. He's super mobile. And he can even use swords, which the main nice thing about that is he can use Levin Swords, for example, get some kills on it, and then inherit it for his kids. So as a father, that's really nice. It says
being a
Oof says.
father is phenomenal.
It says Oof says, Azel's combat is amazing, not flashy, just great. Yeah. And I think the Fire Holy Blood gives 30% more magic, I think. So, if I recall correctly. So you can use
It's
Azel.
a lot of magic.
You can use Azel to get a good magic growth on pretty much any unit, which is really nice. Azel's early game is kind of buns. Well, buns good or buns bad? What does buns mean in that? Because I think his early game is actually really, really good. He's incredibly fun. He just won rounds in his joint chapter. Azel is, as I've said, he's simple, you know? He just has Pursuit, really. But he doesn't really need much. I think he has amazing unit feel. He targets res units. He literally one-rounds most enemies in his joint map. Like, he's stupid no, it doesn't really matter. Just don't let him be in like 50 units range. But yeah, Azel, absolutely phenomenal. Lex, honestly, I expected to dislike him because I don't like Paragon. But in pretty much, well, in the first run, I think he died very early, so it doesn't really matter. He doesn't one round. What are you talking about? He literally one rounds the Axe guys in his joint chapter. He literally does. He's amazing. Azel is like genuinely one of the most fun Gen 1 units. Most fighters in the prologue have 40 HP. He literally one rounds the units in his joint chapter though. He literally does it, like the very first one you get. I did get Lex's Brave Axe, yes, and he did use it for Gen 1. In both runs. But what I like about Lex is that the way to use him is not to feed him all the EXP. The way to use him is to not feed him all the EXP and still have him promote sooner than most of your units because of Paragon. So you don't need to give him extra training, you don't need to put any... Like, the nice thing is, you don't need to train him much for him to be useful and for him to be one of your best units. So he is just really, really solid across the board. Super, super helpful. So yeah, he's very fun. Quan?
And I would say one more note on Lex is that the way that his strength with the Brave Axe progresses, especially compared to enemy bulk, is that it means that most of the time he can enemy phase very well because of his great HP and good defense. And he will usually never 2-tap back with the Brave Axe, so he is a very, very good chip tool. Like,
agreed.
It's him with the Brave Axe feels more of like a Jagan-esque role than Sigurd or Quan really lean into.
Sigurd, I would say no. Sigurd probably still is more Jagan-y, but he definitely feels like a second Sigurd in some ways. So yeah, I really like him. Quan.
Very good unit.
I feel like a lot of my dislike of Quan comes from not only my first run, but the fact that I expected him to be better. Quan, don't get me wrong, I've used him in my second run. If you actually use him, he does become pretty fun, he does become pretty strong. He does get his holy weapon, the Gay Bulge. And he also helps Eflin out with the aura, so, you know, you can use her, I guess, but he actually becomes very tanky, and that can be very, very helpful. So, but my issue with him is, I expected a lot more of him. I expected him to be like what Oifi was, and he just wasn't. And that was extremely disappointing for me. And then in the first run, he died super early, so I was like, okay, so this is like, you're one of the very few pre-promoted units you get in Gen 1 early on, and then he's just not better than any of your other units. And he just died to like an axe hit and I think 3 or 2 axe hits or something. There was a brigand at the end of chapter 2, or was it 1? I think it was 1 actually. Yeah, it was chapter 1 I think. Who just literally took half his health in 1 hit. And I was sitting there like, this is supposed to be like a good pre-promote? He gets nearly 2-shot by like 2 generic axe users? So I was incredibly disappointed by him. I did grow up a little bit on him, like in how much I like him. If it was just my first run, he would have been straight in E or F tier, I think. Through the second run, I did see some merit in him. I still think, but even then, like, with the gay bulk, he still wasn't able to clear the arena, despite trying it multiple times. So yeah.
I'd also say it's in a case where Quan and Eslin's skill sets are very rough for them to deal with, just because Quan only has Adept and Ethlin only has Critical, which, when you combine them together, which you see on Leaf and Altena, it's a really cool combo, but with just Quan, when he's dealing with Lance weight and his already not good speed, Adept just feels like a 20% chance for him to not do what you want him to be doing. A lot of it's either a 20% chance that he won't do what you want him to do, or an 80% chance that he can't do what you need him to do.
Exactly.
Which is really rough. And as you said, he gets Gable really late, and even when he does get it, the rest of that map is nothing but pirates. So he gets it, and then he kind of still really can't contribute with it. If he got it at the start of Chapter 3, it would have been a much better display for it.
I feel like that alone would have raised him to, like, maybe A or probably B tier.
I think probably B, because it would have been a very nice way to give the player insurance, where if they didn't have lack assist, that they could beat Eldigan if he had, like, something nice like that.
So yeah, Quan, I wish he was better. Eflin was relatively fun, but like, I didn't really use her as a combat unit. She can hit pretty hard with the Light Brand if you do get it. And she mostly just heals, she can take a hit or two, and she's very mobile, so there's not much to be said about her. She's pretty good. Finn, I honestly found... I think he also deserves to be in C. I also expected
do you want to tier Gen 1 and Gen 2 Finn differently?
Yeah, I will.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I should.
Because I think Gen 1 Finn gives a much better display than Gen 2 Finn.
I would agree. He's definitely more useful in Gen 1. But he also still found useful in Gen 2. He's just kind of extremely mid for me, but that's because he died early for me, and the first one I didn't even promote him. But I don't know, I feel like he relies too much on his Miracle to really deal with things, and I don't like relying on Miracle in an Ironman. He's not bad by any means, I just didn't find him super fun. Midir, straight to C as well. He's one of those units who can be really good if he just gets good bows. In my first run, I didn't get the Brave Bow, I didn't get the Killer Bow, and he was kind of a joke.
I could argue Midir goes in B tier at least, just because, like, he's very much a snowball unit, where when he does get going, I find that he's very fun, especially with how your Midir went in your second run. Like, Midir was always a pretty goated guy when he did get going.
That's fair. So yeah, Midir. But he really just depends on getting those bows, which I personally don't find very fun. But yeah. I think he's C. Like, you can probably make him work and use him, but I just didn't really use him all that much, so,
I mean, you did get him to work at the end of the...
At the end,
like,
but...
At the end, which I think shows that he very much can get rolling. Like, if you were able to train him up on the final map, like...
But I feel like it goes for everybody.
Do is a unit that I think is hurt by, like, an Ironman setting specifically, though, just because of how his base bulk is really bad. Like, if you don't have to worry about him being, like, permanently dead if you roll bad, like, the starting scenario he's in with him and Adane is a very good thing to get him rolling. But
yeah, he has really good growth
Ironman,
rates.
That's something different. His growth rates are amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, that's what made his kit so good. Yeah, I actually really like Thieves, but for some reason I just didn't end up using Dew. Well, the first time he died. The second time I just had other units that I wanted to use, and I feel like Dew is somebody who is a lot more fun if you just take your time and you don't try to do it in a stream setting where you try to do, like, steady progress. For this, I would probably put him in C. He was pretty alright.
Dew is also a unit who gets a lot better with a magic sword, and he has an event where he can get one.
I know, I've seen it. I've heard about it, actually.
Okay.
Because I was hacking it. So yeah, but yeah. Adane, she pretty much just heals. Not much more to be said. It is kind of nice that with a magic ring, she can sleep staff Eldigan, which is honestly pretty fun. She can do a couple of unique things, and she got surprisingly many strength and defense levels, if I recall correctly. Definitely one of the better
Yeah,
healers.
she got very, very fat.
Ira, I would probably put her... the first time she was definitely S tier, the second time I would put her more so in A tier. But I think she's just a really, really cool Myrmidon. I normally don't like Myrmidons all that much, they're not very fun to use, I find. Ira, though, incredibly fun. And she has Astra, she gets Adept on promo, she inherits a lot of skills to her kids. Yeah, just very fun. Deirdre, I did not like her much. I would put her in the same tier as Noish. I feel like she can still help you out a lot with the silent staff. And so in that way, she is pretty useful. But she's just not fun to use because she's super, super slow.
Deirdre is Julia, but worse, and you already really didn't like Julia.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because
I actually like Deirdre more.
Because the way I see it, Deirdre's stuck with Aura, so she doesn't have access to Nosferatu or Light, and you have her for less time than Julia.
Yeah.
And you have a lot less, like, funny stabs when Deirdre's around. What I'd say is at least I think Deirdre's weaknesses are less emphasized than Julia.
100%.
But I think Julia has lower lows but higher highs, I would say. Like, she's more extreme.
I would agree. I don't know, I just didn't find her all that fun. I normally like light magic too, but she just did not feel fun to use at all, apart from dropping like a silent staff every now and again. And then she just leaves. Jamke,
and then she goes.
Very, very fun. I really, really like Jamke, actually. I'm very kind of sad that we didn't get a kids for him. I don't know what it is about Verdain, but the fact that it's a kingdom without any holy blood and that it's kind of just screwed and he's like one of the few people actually trying to fix anything. He's just a really, really cool character. And his unit feel is pretty good. He doesn't have any mounts or anything, but his damage output is great. He comes with the killer bow.
He's a machine gun archer, you know.
Yeah, he's just extremely fun to use.
He does one thing and he does it very incredibly well.
Yep.
He's cool.
Holland, I would probably put into B. Holland is the biggest example of like the most average man alive, but not in a bad way. He kind of reminds me of Caesar from Arcania, where he's always useful, but it never feels like he's the best. But it never feels like he's bad either. So he's just a very, very solid like filler unit. That's the best way I would describe him.
Very plug and play.
Yep. Lakesh's, I'm gonna be honest, I don't particularly like her all that much. I used her a lot, obviously, in my first run, and she was the reason why I could beat it. And her promo is really good. Like, don't get me wrong, she's a great unit. I didn't really find her all that fun to use, though. She's a healer without any magic for the most part. Her damage output is pretty good, honestly, especially after promotion.
I think as a unit compared to the other Master Knight in the game, I think she is a lot more balanced than Leaf, though, because her stats are pretty much universally worse than Leaf's.
Yes.
That, and she doesn't have access to the same amount of like good weapons that Leaf does.
Yeah.
She does not get a tornado.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, she's great, but I just didn't find her very fun. I don't know what it was about her, but she just wasn't very fun to me. Beowulf, probably D tier. In my first run, I got him to be a lot more useful just because, you know, he had the wing clipper and stuff, so he could at least contribute a little bit here and there. But he just feels like such a jobber. It feels like you just take Noish, make him slightly better, and then, or you take Alec and make him slightly worse, and then you have Beowulf. I don't really feel strongly about him in any way. I just don't think he's particularly good. Lewin, I would honestly put in B. This might surprise some people based on how much I hated him. But I feel like a lot of the hate...
Lewin in B.
Yeah, a lot of the hate to him was a little bit exaggerated, I must say. But he has great unit feel after he gets Forseti. Before that, he kind of just feels like whenever... He has the same issue as Quan has, where when you want him to kill something, he doesn't. And when you don't want him to kill something, he procs Adept or Crit and
He
does
does.
kill something.
Yeah.
So, to me personally, that wasn't very fun to use. But, you know, he gets Forseti, he gets Stace. He was still kind of fun, and honestly, a little bit of the fun in John Lewin was just constantly shitting on him. I do think, story-wise, he's an awful addition to Generation 2. I know it's not truly him, it's, you know, Forseti, but still, it's pretty much him. He's, yeah.
I think if it
Honestly-
was shown up a little earlier that it wasn't Lewin, I think it would kind of
Yeah, I agree.
Go a little more smoothly, because then that also helps it justify why he's not fighting with you, because it's not
Yeah.
like if it was, you know, shown maybe like towards the end of like the Thracia arc, like someone brings up
Yeah.
like, hey Lewin, why don't you like actually like help? And he's like,
I agree.
I kind of can't.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Honestly, what I think could have been really cool is if he literally just leaves you on the final chapter, and Sela finally has to figure out what the fuck he should do by himself, instead of just listening to Forseti for the entire game.
Mhm.
So, yeah, I'm actually
Or
gonna put
hell,
him
I
to
mean,
see.
even in Light and Dark, which is chapter 10, like, you know, picture is like Seliph at his lowest because Julia just got kidnapped and now
Mhm.
Lewin's gone, and now he needs to like show that he's been learning something, not
Exactly,
just
exactly,
getting told what to do.
exactly. And what
The
I also
problem is
don't
that
like about
they
him,
need to give you like an exposition person, but Oifi fills that role, and I also think Leaf and Ares could have had more
yeah,
like screen time with it, like you
Mhm.
know, have it be like that trio as
Yep.
the main characters.
I agree. I think there's a lot of other cool stuff that they could do. The point is they forcibly prop Seliph up as the hero. This is the same with Leaf. I don't care if it's the point. I don't think it's well told. It's just not well told. I don't like him at all because it doesn't feel like they prop him up as a hero as much as it feels like he's just a blank slate without any character. Because
He
here's the
feels
thing.
like an avatar.
Yeah, exactly. He kind of feels like an avatar. Here's the thing, but for example, you know, and I know Berwick Saga is obviously later, but in Berwick Saga you have a similar concept where they prop up, you know, certain somebody as the chosen one and stuff, and then they're like, oh, by the way, I don't think you're actually the chosen one. We just made you out to be to give people hope. And that worked really, really well. I really, really like that in Berwick Saga. I feel like in this game it's done horribly. Because, Seliph just feels like an absolute jobber.
I think the problem is that Seliph is propped up as the chosen one, but actually is the chosen one anyway.
Is the chosen one anyway, but doesn't feel like it in gameplay at all.
Mm.
She heals Sylvia.
Sylvia dances.
Or dances, yeah. Aranis, straight up, probably the best Pegasus Knight in the series when it comes to pure unit feel. I don't like Pegasus Knights. She's tanky enough to take 2 hits from many enemies, or at the very least 1. She's fast enough to double enemies. She deals a good amount of strength, but not necessarily more than everybody else. And in spite of her not getting the movement bonus from roads, she also doesn't get the movement penalty from forests, for example. So I feel like the movement kinda fizzles out, and she gets a lot of things that
This game's
pretty
very
much only
terrain
she can do, yeah. Aranis, she's not the best unit out there, but she was extremely fun to use for me compared to pretty much any other Pegasus Knight in the series.
She feels
Tinny-
like a very, very good middle ground of like she is strong, but she is not overbearingly like FE3 or FE12 Pegasus strong.
Mm-hmm.
She's bulky enough to where like you can send her to actually do solo missions,
Exactly.
which is what I think flyers are usually meant to be doing.
I agree.
You-
So yeah, Tailtew. Tailtew I really wanted to like. I think Raph is a really fun combat skill, but I feel like you just don't get to use her. Her join chapter is kind of alright. It's pretty good for her. It allows you to level her up and stuff. But the issue is the next chapter is just full of wind mages and she gets weapon triangle against them, if I recall correctly. So you can't really use her against them. Only being able to use Thunder really, really screws her over, more so than it does anybody else. and it makes getting her to promotion really, really difficult. And then on top of that, she joins you so late, at the end of chapter 3, that it's just difficult to train her. I really wanted to like her, but she does not have good unit feel at all. A training project, yeah, but here's my issue. She feels like a training project who you don't really get much out of training her. Awful unit feel.
It's a sad truth, but it is true.
Yeah.
Tail 2 is still my goat, though.
Claude, I'm gonna put him in C. Valkyrie's staff is nice. Him being able to come with Fortify and use staves is nice. He can't really do combat, but, just middle ground. He's alright. Bridget, really, really solid. Great design. She can do a lot whether she gets her regalia or not, and I feel like that's like the opposite for most other units. Most other units rely on their regalia so much to be useful. Bridget doesn't care if she has it or not. She's good regardless.
If Bridget has the regalia, she's just like
even
Bridget
better.
Plus. Yeah.
Exactly.
But like, your first run, you didn't get it, and she was stuck with just a steel bow the entire time, and she was still just one-rounding everything you pointed her at.
She was just super, super useful for the entirety of it. She's surprisingly tanky, pretty dodgy, fun character design, just super, super solid. Seliph, the only reason why I probably wouldn't put him in F is just because Tearfing at the end does make him at least a little bit fun. But he just feels like he feels so bad to use. Did I miss the end? Yes, we're kind of just doing like a unit feel list. Seliph, I did win, yes. Seliph is like, he doesn't have any offensive skills, right? For Sigurd that works, because Sigurd is kind of your Jagan anyways, and Sigurd is very mobile, and Sigurd can still kill. Seliph, I find, has trouble killing even with the Brave Sword. I've had many instances where...
The weird thing to me is that Seliph gets Pursuit and Nihil, and Julia gets Pursuit, Adept, Nihil.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, it's because they have different parents, but like the fact that they show that it does. I agree with you that it feels weird that Seliph doesn't get something to really bolster himself up until he gets to Tearfing, especially when Nihil on him is kind of worthless because there's no skills on enemies that it actually helps block, and you don't face riding effective enemies, and even if you did, he is the one unit that gets to dismount. Nihil is very much a enemy skill, and if you get it on Fee, it's a Fee skill.
It's really good. At least it doesn't. It means he can't be crit, which is really nice for the last few maps. But I feel like they should have just given Deirdre Adept and said okay, Seliph, you get Adept too.
Yeah.
It would have made him at least a little bit better. But my issue is, even with the Brave Sword, even if he doubles with it, he still often didn't kill in 4 hits. He just felt like an awful lord to use. He reminded me of Eliwood a lot. And the fact that he doesn't really have a personality...
Your Seliph did get very RNG, very, very RNG screwed early on. Which I think
early on, but
with the gripes with him.
My main issue with him is partly that his speed growth is awful. 35% for your main lord who relies on doubling is awful. He doesn't deal that much damage, he doesn't double, his bulk is not even that good, his mobility sucks until promotion, and he's a lot less fun than most other units you have. Because your other units can be dynamic, they can be like this or that or this or that. Seliph just feels bad. Just straight up bad until the very last chapter, which is his only saving grace. I genuinely hated him, and the fact that he doesn't have any sort of personality at all, and that the other characters completely outshine him as main driving forces of this story, just makes him feel even worse. He's probably one of the worst lords in the series to me. Lana? Jesus Christ. I didn't really like her all that much. Set the world on fire. I didn't really like her all that much, but she carried me through the mid-game of Gen 2. She is genuinely really tanky. I feel like a lot of that is due to Dew though, because Dew has pretty good growths. But she could tank enemies, she often didn't get doubled in spite of... She can't even double herself in my run. We had Dew as her father. But she could still contribute a lot. You know, she was my main staff user. She leveled up super fast. Bargain was super helpful on her. Great unit. Mana I can't say much about, but I don't know what it is about her, but I found her pretty fun to use the little bit I used her.
Yeah, I mean, she's just Lana minus, so if Lana's
Yeah.
an S, she can't be too much lower.
Larcey, the thing with Larcey is she's kind of just like Ira too, plus her dad. But I feel like the father's, or the Ulster is pretty much just better in most cases than her. I don't know what it is she just feels like more of Ira, while the Ulster feels like Ira plus a little bit of somebody else. So she's much more boring in the unit feel department, even though I like her as a character. Ulster feels great though.
What Larcey can do in Gen 2 is a lot less unique than what Ira can do in Gen 1. So
Yeah.
while they're very similar, the contexts they're in are very different. So while they are the same, Larcey I think ends out feeling worse because you have a much more like options to just like walk up and detonate enemies. Whereas
That
that's
too.
kind of a unique thing to Ira for a lot
Mhm.
of Gen 1.
That's true. Aren't they the same unit? They're mostly the same unit. The only difference is Ulster has a little bit more influence from his father. It's literally Larcey minus. She gets Adept on promotion and he doesn't. Yeah, but here's the issue. Larcey, this is unit feel. This is not the definitive, this unit is better. It's Ulster feels a lot more fun to me based on my playthroughs, because he gets more from his father, so he's a lot more variable in how he performs, right? And he also leveled up defense quite a lot, both times I think. And he had Arden as his father, while Larcey was just kind of okay. So despite the fact that they should be really similar, Ulster felt a lot more fun to use.
Mhm.
You just got lucky with Ulster twice? I probably did get a bit lucky, but I don't care. I had more fun with it. This is not an objective tier list. This is subjective. This is just what I think based on my 2 runs.
No, but Donlot, your opinions aren't like the right group thinks.
So true.
Yeah, I'm gonna need you to walk that opinion back. It sounds
So
like you were
true.
having fun playing a single-player RPG.
Yeah. Next up, Jarmuth. Very, very fun with his LS.
You didn't talk about Oifi.
Oh, Oifi, sorry, yeah. Oifi is just kinda... I probably should put him above B. I feel like, my issue with him is kind of that, Sigurd is your main Jagan for Gen 1, and then Lex kind of fills a similar spot with the Brave Axe. But for Gen 2, you don't really have somebody who does it as well as those two did. Oifi is the closest thing you get, but Oifi has critical, so half the time...
I was about to say, I really don't like Oifi as a Jagan because of critical.
Yeah.
And his starting inventory feels very bad for the role. Like,
Yeah.
the Ironbane sword is a very bad weapon, and then, killing armors is not a particularly valuable niche for a Jagan to have,
Yeah.
especially when you look at, like, the units you have. And then, the Javelin is pretty nice. If he had, like, the Javelin and no critical, I think he'd feel a lot better as the Jagan role. Now, critical allows him, when your army develops, to be a lot more of a real unit,
Mhm.
which is nice. But, like, when he is at his most valuable, critical makes his job harder for him to do.
I genuinely think what they should have done with him is not given him critical, but instead given him a support skill like, Bargain or Renewal. He still wouldn't have been like the best. Bargain is very strong, don't get me wrong. But his stats are not quite as good as most of your other units, even if trained. And
I think they should have given him Nihil.
or Nihil, yeah. Nihil works great, yeah. Any sort of support skill. But critical kind of defeats his role. If he didn't have critical and had something else, I think he would have probably been an A or to S tier unit in unit field. Jarmuth, very, very fun for me with Azel as the father. He's just running around with the magic swords or the light brand in his case, since I didn't even get it, so I got it earlier in Gen 2. Feels amazing. He was fast enough to double. He had actually good magic growth with Azel as the father, or reasonably good. And he was super mobile. Very, very fun. Tristan. Oh my god, what a fun unit. I don't know what it is about Tristan. I looked at his growth rates, and they're pretty bad. I think 30 is like the highest he gets.
He's got like 100 and something HP and then like 30 across the board.
Pretty much. But his bases are really solid. You can make him work with stuff like the Brave Sword. His design is simple, but it reminds me of Pro Jared. And I don't know what it is about him, but he was extremely fun to use for me.
Tristan is a very real case of bases over growths, I think,
Yeah.
where, you know, he's gonna roughly get like strength, skill, speed, defense every, like 1 point of that every 3 levels, but his bases in those categories are so high that
Yeah.
he's really nice. And the Ranger promotion bonuses are really, really good, and him getting access to Adept gives him that pretty fun Adept critical combo, especially like, you know, he's a great user of the Pursuit Ring.
Mhm.
You get 2 Brave Swords. There's a lot of stuff he gets to go his way where I think something that's cool about him is he still feels like a generic,
Mhm.
but he feels like an awesome generic. Like,
Absolutely. He
one that
is
you absolutely want to root for and see, like,
100%.
contribute.
100%. I feel like he's the exact opposite of Noish. Because Noish is technically pretty much the same unit, but Noish feels so much worse to use because of the context he's in. Lester, again, he had Dew as his father, so Bargain as his only skill. He couldn't double without the Pursuit Ring, so he did get it later on. But in spite of that, he got experience very fast because he had the Paragon Band. And he did still contribute, like, his damage output was still pretty solid for the early game, and then he got the Brave Bow, which just made him incredibly solid because it pretty much meant that even though he couldn't double, he could semi-double with it. So he was honestly pretty fun. And Lester. Yeah, I like Lester.
And Lester.
Dimna, I used him very little in my first run, and he just felt like a worse Midir.
I'm surprised he didn't go into F.
Yeah, honestly, that's fair. We're putting him in F. He just didn't... I didn't like him much at all, but I didn't really use him much. I feel like I probably maybe would have liked him if his levels were just a little bit better. Julia, straight up F tier. I hated Julia. She takes away your items. She, I hate her character. She's pretty much Deirdre, but with worse unit feel, I feel. Even though she has more tools available to her, I hate the fact she gets weighed down. She got doubled with an Aura Tome. She got doubled by a Siege Tome. That is some of the worst unit feel you can have. In the end, she killed Julius and everything. Like, don't get me wrong, she's a good unit in the end. But the way to get her there felt absolutely horrible. And then for like half of Gen 2, she's also just gone. So even if you did train her and you did invest into her, you don't really get much of a payoff for it, I feel.
It's not half, but it's because Light and Dark is a pretty short map, but you pretty much don't get her back until the end of the final Holy War, which it's I talked about it a fair bit in the Deirdre section. I think it's just she has much more extreme peaks and valleys than Deirdre, but you feel those peaks and valleys more because she's around for longer than Deirdre is.
Yeah.
And the fact that she can leave with very valuable stabs on her, and you don't get that forewarning like you do with Deirdre, where Deirdre just sits in the home castle for the first part of Chapter 3. If Julia had something like that to kind of indicate, like, hey, you know, I'm going to be leaving soon, so don't leave your restore staff on me, especially with how the later half of Gen 2 really spams a lot of status stabs at you, I think that would have been a lot nicer.
Or if she's put her inventory in the pawnbroker, or I don't know, somewhere.
Anything like that.
Anything. But she has just awful unit feel. I didn't like her much at all. Fee, S tier as well. We had Alec as her father, so you know the whole. It worked very well for the stream format because she was just very fun to use because of her father and the legacy she had with the brave Mujahideen and his slim sword. But she felt very fun as well. She was kind of just like a better version of her mom. She had Nihil, which meant that she just ignored archers, which was super, super useful. Genuinely, it means I can use her much more aggressively. She was pretty tanky, she did good damage, she helped me get villages.
The Inshallah S stock.
The Inshallah S stock. She was just super fun to use all around. Arthur,
Very
honestly,
good unit up until her very sad death.
yes. And she had Alec as her father. I think I've mentioned it, actually. And then we have Arthur. Arthur, we had Midir as the father. And kind of just because Midir did a lot and I wanted to reward him with a wife, which just ended up Tailq because nobody else was really left. Arthur was surprisingly good. And Wrath on him alone is very fun. He got Pursuit, I think, from Midir, right?
Yes.
I think
Yes.
so, right? His
He
magic
had
was surprisingly
Pursuit,
solid enough.
Pursuit Accost Wrath.
Yes, Pursuit Accost Wrath. Accost worked surprisingly good on him. I was really surprised by it, and his damage output is probably not as good as he has if he has like a magic father, but still not bad at all, honestly.
Mhm. And Midir's growths on him made him very good with a sword, very good bulk. The bulk let him, I felt like he could really play around that Wrath range with all the extra defense and HP
Yeah.
that he did get from it. Like and it meant in the early game, like before like Wrath strats were like getting consistent, it meant that he could play fairly forward and not have to worry about just getting like punked out.
Mm-hmm. He was genuinely really fun. I didn't use him that much, just because we had some other units, but especially past promotion, Wrath is just a super fun skill to use. Oofberry Boy. Great unit feel. He gets the Brave Axe. It's pretty much his... Like, who else is going to use it, realistically? For the most part. He is kind of like Lex again, where he doesn't have Paragon, but he has higher level, and his bases are really solid. He is just a very fun character, especially with his whole Larcey thing, and super fun to use.
The voice you gave him made him very memorable to me.
See, I don't even remember the voice that I exactly... I think I tried to do like an oof type voice, but he was just very fun to use, even if he died. Shannon, I gotta say, I really want to like him more, but I feel like the way you get him feels awful. The fact that you're pretty... It almost feels like you're intended to just kill the boss with him, but he faces so many attacks that there's a really good chance that he just dies. I mean, for me, he only was attacked like 8 times, and we almost cleared out the entirety of the enemies there during those 8 times. But out of those 8 times, he just died in 3 hits.
Yeah.
Despite it being like 15% or something. I really feels it's meant to run away and it's not hard to do. It's not hard to run away, but I feel like the first time I ran, nobody was really able to get to the boss in time, so Fenrir just fucked me over. And the second time, I really wanted to rush it because, well, nobody could get to the boss in time. So, I rushed it and he died because of it. I didn't even took him straight in. I still let them slowly trickle towards me and kill them off that way. But he still died. And I'm sure he's a great unit, especially with Balmung. The little I used him, he was very fun. But his starting position feels genuinely awful.
It's very volatile.
It's
yeah.
extremely volatile. I don't mind losing him as much, that much, but I just didn't have much fun with his starting position. That's the main thing I really disliked about him, because it also feels like, because we can get to Patty next. Patty, Magic Patty in S tier. She was perfect.
Magic
Patty technically starts in the same position, but Patty can't do it anyways, right? The only thing you can really do with Patty is run away, so doing anything else with her kind of feels like it's pretty much your own fault. With Shannon, I feel like the game kind of nudges you to maybe try and kill them, and maybe you get lucky. And then it feels like regardless what you do with him, it feels like you're doing the worst of the 2 options. And that's just not very good unit feel, in my eyes, in what little I used him. Leaf, I expected not to like Leaf.
I was gonna say, do we want to talk a little more about Patty?
Yeah, we can, you're right.
Yeah.
We had a
Because
Zealous the
after
Father.
her starting section, she really starts to get rolling.
Yes, that's true. After she got out of the starting section, my Patty was really speed screwed, I think, but she was still able to double because, well, even the speed screwed Patty is not that bad, and we did give her the speed ring, the magic ring. So she was very helpful through that. She was just very fun to use. I really love Thieves in Fire Emblem, and the fact that she got 2 range and she was able to steal from 2 range and still do really good damage and was surprisingly tanky. Much tankier than I thought she would be. So yeah. Shannon is supposed to do a fighting retreat where you run while killing the mercs who happen to give him good EXP while the Dark Mages don't, but that's pretty much what I did.
I was gonna say that is kind of bar for bar what happened, and then just like he got attacked by like 2 Dark Mages and they both hit and then he died.
3. It was 3 out of 8 Dark Mage attacks. Or I think just attacks in general, I think even.
Yeah, just attacks in general. Because he got hit by one merc and then 2 mages.
I feel like...
And they all pulled only like around a 10-ish to hit, which it feels very iffy to me. Because along the path that you need to take to retreat, there's a Dark Mage and a Mercenary waiting on that path. Mm-hmm. So... if you run too fast, oh, well then Patty's in the front, so then she gets killed.
Yeah.
If you run too slow, you know, you get caught.
I feel like what probably would fix that entire section is if they maybe just swapped the positions of Patty and Lana, or whoever the substitutes are. Because then, like, sure, you don't get a healer for the, like, immediate second that you start Gen 2, but you still get Julia, and Julia probably feels a lot better if she's your healer, or your main healer, right? And she gets more XP as well. And then he's able to run back and get a heal, and that alone makes that section so much more fun. And I don't know, I feel like the thing with Shannon is more so his starting position than anything else. Patty, though, very, very fun if you do trainer, and with the magic build that we had with Azel, she worked out really well. Leaf, I will put in A tier, I think, which I'm a bit surprised about, because I expected to dislike Leaf. Before I played this game, Leaf in my mind was kind of just like Roy, where he just kind of sucks, but not like to the point where he's unusable. Leaf felt like... or I thought Leaf would feel like my Seliph felt, and I thought my Seliph would feel like my Leaf felt.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that also took part in why I disliked Seliph so much and liked Leaf so much. Because he pleasantly surprised me, while Seliph horribly surprised me. In a way. He thought he was overrated? No, I just didn't know much about him, is the thing. I just thought he was a bad unit, or semi-bad unit, and first time around, he obviously wasn't as good, but I feel like even the first time around, I probably could have made him work, still giving him the master promotion.
Rolling pretty well.
Yeah,
like
in spite of everything.
The difference between Leaf and Lachesis, I think, is pretty interesting, because Lachesis gets to grind stabs to get up to Master Knight, and then Leaf is just a very solid combat unit, like, on the way there.
Pretty much. So, yeah, Leaf, pretty solid. Pretty solid. Oh, Nana, I didn't get.
He got the Holy Tornado.
Yep. Jean felt amazing to use as well, I gotta say. She doesn't really I don't think she has any skills, right? But she still felt super good.
She's completely skillless.
She's extremely mobile. She can heal. She has a pretty good magic stat and a pretty good res stat. And on top of that, she's not even, like, squishy at all. She can take a couple of hits. And... you know, honestly, like, she doesn't really need to do more than that. I didn't expect to like her much either, but she was consistently useful, and in many cases more useful than my other staff units, because she could just run in, heal, run out. Bam. And she does it cheaply because she doesn't need a physic or anything, and if she wanted to use a physic, I think physic is B rank, or is it A rank?
Physic is B.
So I think she could have used Physic, but not Fortify. But yeah, very fun to use.
Yes, I think.
Finn, I'm probably gonna put him in C. I think, like, he was weaker than he probably should be in Gen 2 for me. but he just didn't feel as necessary as in Gen 2. He felt generally more useful. He was just kind of a filler unit for me in this time. And I feel like he probably would have felt a bit better under different circumstances, but he was just okay. Ares is honestly really, really fun. I know many people think he's like the best unit in the game. I wouldn't say he's the best, but he's really good. The fact that he gets Mistletoe as his holy weapon is really fun. Like, he's not promoted. It's strong, but it's not like OP.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. He's just a really solid unit across everything. He's
The
tanky.
fact that Mistletoe's bonuses are kind of like bad, I think helps with him not feeling like crazy immortal. Like when you start facing a lot more mages, Mistletoe's defensive utility with like the bonus res really starts to come through. But like, you know, other bonus wise, it doesn't give like a bunch of extra attack. Like it makes him very consistent because it's the twin skill. Like when he's running around Mistletoe, he's not going to miss. And I think that's something that's very nice, having a guaranteed like walk up and hit.
On top of that, I feel like the fact that he only becomes a paladin and his stat caps are not super good, and neither are his promo gains, I think, actually helps his unit feel, because he feels strong. He feels like one of your best units when you actually use him, even with the others. But he never feels like he's just straight up the best and he's straight up better than everybody else on your team. He just feels like an extremely strong extra unit you get, who can do things some others can't, but can still die, as we've seen with me. Yeah, he's very fun to use. Like, his starting situation in general makes him very, very fun to use. He can immediately use it, he can immediately be useful, immediately get EXP. It helps him a ton. In comparison, we had Arthur with Forseti in the first run, and that just felt like I was cheating. Because it felt too strong. I'm sure you can die as well, but it just didn't feel very fun to me. It was just too OP, like I enabled a cheat code or something. But with him, it feels just right. She dances.
She dances.
Tini, kind of the same issue as her mother. Where, because she takes more from her mother, and a similar issue with Ulster and Larcey, where because she takes more from her mother, she feels just kind of like her mother for the most part, and I didn't really like her much. And then she also joined so late, right? So she just feels like I got tailed to again.
No, she joins early.
She doesn't join that early, compared to most other Gen 2 units. Yeah, but look who else comes after her. You've already got most of your units. You've already got a good amount of, training in for those. And then on top of that, you get Arthur, and Arthur just kind of feels like a better version of her, where not only do you get him earlier, if you have Forseti on him...
I would say that is much more of the bigger problem, that you get Arthur before her, and Arthur usually ends up being better anyway. Like, even if you got them both at the same time, Arthur would usually still end up better.
Yeah. That's true. And the thing is, like, it feels like I just got a worse version of Arthur. That is what makes her feel so bad. And then Arthur also plays more into the inheritance mechanics than her, because Arthur is more varied by who the father is, while Tini just always kind of feels like her mother. So it just adds to the issue.
I think the big thing that sucks on Tini is that because she is a normal mage and not a thunder mage, she can't get Tail 2's Thoron.
That also sucks, yeah.
But I think that's something that...
Wait. Is that true, though? Doesn't she have minor Holy Blood? Can't she not get, like, the weapon ranks from that?
It's only rank +1. Since she's a normal mage, her thunder rank is B. Yet Tail 2's Thoron gets dropped by Ishtar.
See, I thought it just gave you the ability to use all weapons in that category, regardless of what your weapon rank is.
So, minor blood is rank +1, and then major blood is you get, like, the star rank.
I see. Well, then she's even worse than I thought. Yeah, but I think she's still right about there. Fabale, doesn't feel as strong as his mother, but I think that's more so due to the fact that the enemies are just stronger. And you have more tools available. And
I think you can feel Bo's hit rate issues a lot more on him than you do on Bridget.
That's 100% true. And on top of that, I think mine was just not as good because Azel was the father, and that kind of hurt him, even if it made Patty very fun. That being said, he was still consistently useful. He was never a bad, but never really a super good unit either, but his hit rate issues were really, really noticeable.
If luck helped with hit, he'd be like way better, because his luck is usually always really high from his blood.
Said, quite a fun unit. His magic wasn't that good compared to if you probably have a magic father for him. That being said, because of Alec, he still had pretty damn good bases. He was relatively tanky, he was pretty damn fast, and able to use that speed with doubling. His damage output was okay. He was super helpful with staves and kind of became my second big staff user. For the heavy staves at least. After Julia went away and Jean kind of just is stuck using the worst staves. Just a really solid unit overall. Altena, absolutely amazing unit feel.
An Armor Knight on wings, basically.
An Armor Knight on wings, but her res is really bad. And she can still get nuked by mages very fast. So it feels like she's very, very strong at what she does, and then very, very bad at what she doesn't do. If you
ask me, I think that's great unit feel. I love tanks that have like a discernible weakness to them.
Exactly. I feel like if I think of other Wyvern Knights, okay, let me actually put on. Let me just. There we go. Put the music back on. If I compare her to other Wyvern Knights, I think of like FE6 Milady, who just sweeps everything, who doesn't have any weaknesses, and feels, in my opinion, pretty bad to use because of it. Because it just feels like I'm cheating. Or like Heath is super boring, FE8, like Cormac is kind of the same as Milady. Jill, I hate. She's probably closest to like Har for me in unit feel, where she is consistently useful, but she doesn't cheat her way through everything and just kills everything. I'll just put Arion in here since he's not a blue unit.
Yep.
So yeah, I would roundabout rate the units like this. Keep in mind, again, unit feel. This is not saying one or the other is objectively better. FE9 Har is what I meant, sorry. This is not saying one or the other unit is objectively better than the others. This is just my first impression based off using them, and how fun they were to use throughout the run, how good their unit feel felt. And honestly, if you look at this, most units felt more fun than anything else. A lot of units were kind of in the middle, where they were just okay. And then there's not that many units. But even then, a lot of units
you had in the middle were like, she dances, he heals.
Yeah, pretty much. And then there's not that many units at the bottom, honestly, that genuinely didn't feel very fun to use. So yeah, honestly great. And with that, I think... let me just take a look.
Did you ever put the meme up on screen?
That's a good point. I don't think I did.
Yeah, fine.
I'm so sorry, man. I totally forgot about that. I totally forgot about that. Let me just grab it. Thought I did for some reason. This is the only one we got as far as I know. Donlot and Buster's Genealogy of the Kaga Files Grand Finale. That is actually amazing. Thank you for the amazing art. Does FE4's cost feel more fun than most FEs? I would say so, yeah. I think you have a lot of unit identity, and the variability can make the units a lot more fun than they are for most other games. Because, like, take as an example, like FE6 Wendy, she sucks, right? And maybe you make her, like, you're able to use her by training her a bunch and feeding her kills and supports and everything for a run, but it's not gonna last. It just kind of feels like she's always the same, and once you've seen her once, that's it. While in this game, because of the huge variability between the generations, because of inheritance, the units just feel a lot more fun. Like, I remember while I was playing this, I was already thinking like, man, I guess next time I should try that pairing, you know? And there's not many games which pull you in like that, in a way. It's a lot easier to make a bad unit good in FE4. And I feel like a lot of that is due to the mechanics as well. Stuff like weapon ranks being static works pretty well, honestly.
I think it's something that is very nice in FE4 specifically.
Yeah.
Like, I think if you had to actually work up your weapon ranks, or there was like a weapon level stat or something like that, I think it would feel a lot worse.
I
The
agree.
fact that like you can give them money, put the Paragon Band in like a good weapon of choice.
Yeah, I
you know,
agree.
You can make bad units great very easily, and like you said, the inheritance system gives the game a lot of replay value, which I think is good for how long of a game FE4 is relative to other Fire Emblems.
I agree. I agree, absolutely. And as Ostrava said as well, because you're actually using everybody at all times pretty much, that also adds a lot to it. Because in other FE games, if a unit doesn't feel as strong as the others, they just get benched for most players.
Yeah.
But in this game, even somebody bad can usually still contribute a little bit if you want them to. And that feels great. Static weapon ranks make promotions feel like Christmas? Yes. What are your thoughts on the money and item management? Oh. I just dropped something there. I don't know what that even... Oh, I know what that was. Yeah, that was my little night light here that you can clip on. Whatever. It's fine. What are your thoughts on the money and item management? Oh, no. Mang's jump scare. Where is he? Huh? Oh no, it's the game. It just... Oh, I think I clicked the P button and that unpaused it. I was like, what the fuck? No, going back to it, I think it works really well for this game. It's not a nightlight. It's like I have it clipped on the desk and it shines on my keyboard a bit, so it's just a little bit more illuminated. So I'm not sitting in complete darkness. But I don't use it all that much, honestly. I got it gifted, and it's mostly for reading books, anyways. Okay, finally going to the question. I think the item management works really, really well. I don't think it would work in most Fire Emblem games. But for this one in particular, it works really well because of the inheritance system. Because Noisha's Slim Sword is not just a Slim Sword, it is... Or, sorry. Alex's Slim Sword is not just a Slim Sword, it is Alex's Slim Sword. And then when he gives it over to his son or his daughter, it's like, that's not just some Slim Sword. It's the Slim Sword that Alec used to kill over 50 units. It is a legendary sword that was used in the previous war, you know? And that just feels amazing. And I feel like if you could just trade your weapons around, you wouldn't have that attachment to them. Which no other Fire Emblem game really does as well as this one. The money management works pretty well. I actually like the arena mechanics. I feel like if you play the game like 5 times, you probably get tired of it pretty quickly. That's a complaint I've heard. But it is pretty nice. It is pretty fun to manage the money.
I'll say the arena felt very fun as, like, with the two of us doing it, because we basically got to cheer them on, like...
Yeah, that's true. That's very true. So I think the mechanics work really well. I think that's pretty much it. Max is about to stream as well, so let me just grab his... grab over his channel. Boot camp? No, I don't care about boot camps. Oh, you're invited to the YouTube boot camp! I don't give a fuck. Let's... Here. Magnus. We'll just wait like a minute or so. But yeah, no other game does the thing this game does. Absolutely. I do want to tell you guys to obviously visit Mangs in a second, but tomorrow, me and Buster are gonna start Terracia, and I will show off the thumbnail in case you guys haven't seen it yet, and then we'll probably head off after that. We will be playing it, I think, most likely with the little Mancer patch, because that's the only one we really have without... Oh, right, it still has that. It's the only one we really have without... without, like, bugs in it. This is gonna be our thumbnail for it.
Without bugs and without any, like, weird, like, quote-unquote quality of life changes.
Yeah, we're gonna play without quality of life changes for FE5, so, no health bars, no visible hidden skills, no visible growth rates on the scrolls, no visible growth rates on the units, nothing like that. Just pure FE5 like Kaga intended it to be, in English, with Buster as co-host. And I think I will also... I may limit myself on the scrolls. Can you turn off fuck display? I think you can, and I will find a way to do it. Even if I have to hex edit the game myself. Because I know how to figure that sort of stuff out. So yeah, be excited for that. Please look forward to Project Baldur and FE5 AD releasing in 20XX. I don't even know what that is. I recall the names, but I think one of them is a FE4 or FE5 remake in GBA. I think those are never gonna come out. Like, PCC wasn't displayed originally, yeah. But yeah, stick around for that tomorrow. And remember to like the video. Both Jugdal work remakes I'm working on. Well, I'll be excited for them if they do come out. But you know how it is with Jugdal remakes. Everybody wants to make them, nobody wants to finish them. I do hope you actually finish them though. That being said, thank you guys for watching. Be sure to check out Mang's FE6 stream. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Have a good night. And thank you, Buster, for helping me out with this game and helping me with the next one too.
Yeah, I had a blast doing this.
Yeah. So have a great night, guys. Bye-bye.